talking about Mercury is in retrograde. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but check this out.
Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Yeah. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, yeah. But they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the weekend? Praying to the give me something to believe in. Play this for my fam, they gon' say that I need Jesus. Turn up with my demons. It's already too late, baby, by the time you read this. Poured up strong, this tequila got me in my feelings. A butt in the head, like my name was Beatles. Blowing out the speakers, fuck a noise complaint. Middle finger to police, Back it up, retrograde like Mercury, yeah. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, yeah. But they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the week? Club too crowded, this shit weak.
You hungry?
Make the Uber drive through Mickey D's. 20 piece, please. Back to the crib. She throw it back like TBT. Legally blind on DVD. Then that brain was Ivy League. Come see me. Keegan Michael, she got the key. Trip expensive, love is free. She got the bag off PPP. Wanted sex, call it Sunny D. Not a joke, but it's tongue in cheek. Eggplant emoji next to the peach. Yeah, blah blah blah, you know what I mean. Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Yeah. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the week?
Okay, but I still don't know what that means though. Like, can you break it down for me? Like is the planet like spinning backwards, or like I'm just trying to understand it. Like that's just why you were being weird. It was the planets, or okay, fine.
Hello, let's try this. So, I don't know what happened. We don't know what happened with Joneson's live. She's mid sentence, and it just yeeted us all out of StreamYard. It said like 404, blah blah blah. So I refreshed StreamYard thinking that would fix it, but then quickly realized no, it's gone. She doesn't know where it is. She was getting ready to leave anyway, which I would have just handled, her panel, but so she didn't go live again. But that's why I'm back here live. Nobody shut it down or anything intentionally. I don't know what happened with StreamYard, but it just, like I said, it kicked every last one of us. And it says, I think the screenshot I got says it was deleted by the uploader, but Johnson didn't delete it. So like she was the one mid sentence. So I don't know what happened there. I can't even like replay it for you. I know she was really frustrated because she wanted. Let me say hi real quick to everyone who came in. Hey, Carrie. Hey, Zero. Queen Bella, good to see ya. I know, girl. I have no idea. Hey, beautiful disaster, Misty Day, Crystal. Yeah, we were all like, what the heck? Yeah, and she was pretty pissed. We were just talking in Discord, and she was pretty upset about it, but it's gone. Yeah, I didn't do a 30-minute because I knew there would be people like asking, what the hell, where'd it go? So I was like, let me just hit the go. I don't even have a thumbnail on this. So I was like, let me just hit the go live and explain to everyone because I know Jonesy can't right now. One shot, I wouldn't be the one to go, for him to have an argument with because I didn't watch his live. I didn't watch any clips from his live. I don't know what the context was about. Johnson was just reading her community posts and he came in hot and heavy. Now, I will say there at the end, I asked him a question and I thought it was extremely rude of him to say that my question to him was disrespectful when it absolutely wasn't. He had mentioned previously in Joneson's stream when he first hopped up that he had, they had gone at him and called him a pedo. And then he said he was a victim of something. And I'm not going to repeat it because it's his story to tell. So my question to him was simply like, if, you said you're a victim of this thing, and, I believe that he is, then how would you feel if somebody out here on the internet came out and explained your story and your trauma instead of you explaining it? And that's where I was going with that. I know Jones's plan in that moment, she said she was getting ready to tell him like what he was doing was by continuing to say those here's Joneson, even though she's under my name or my avatar. There you are. But you know, I don't know if you want to say what you're getting ready to say the truth, but I was just explaining the live stream's just gone.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not
completely
private.
wiped. It's not on my YouTube or anything. It's just fucking gone. Which
And
I'm not too upset about it because he was saying some triggering things and I was just getting to the point where I was going to tell him, hey, like the chat is asking you to stop saying these details because if we're not playing Clue saying it, and you know, there's a reason we're not playing Clue saying it because we don't want that shit repeated. But I was enjoying the conversation in a sense because none of them scared motherfuckers ever click a link.
yeah, I thought it was a good combo actually. I don't know the guy, but I do know you watch him. So I thought it was, you know, even though I didn't agree with what he was saying, at least he was willing to have the conversation.
Right. Whether he was right or wrong or triggering people or not, like at least he was up here. We was gonna try to find some common ground. The question I was gonna end off with truth is what now? What do we do now? Like where do we go from here? Because my disappointment in you is just that. It's just my disappointment. And that is because I find you to be logical sometimes. But then on the flip side of that, I also find you to be unlogical, if that's a word. Is
Well, he's
unlogical a
very
word?
headstrong. Yeah, illogical.
Illogical, that's it. Because think
Pumpkin
about the
pie, it could be, but I don't know what his trauma is because when he mentioned it on that stream, he just talked about his previous trauma. So I don't know any of that. So I absolutely was not being disrespectful to him. I was just trying to ask a valid question of, you know, he
bro.
wouldn't want somebody telling his story versus them telling, you know what I mean? Just the back and forth. It didn't work out that way. I've been sent clips since of what he said, not the words and stuff. And I haven't even listened to it. What is that?
Hold on. Let me see if I can get it to the whole it's gone. The
Yeah.
entire live is gone. That's my studio.
And someone said me or Nunya could have shut it down. We could shut it down from StreamYard's end, but we didn't. We got a 404 message and it's completely gone from Jones's YouTube. We don't have access to her YouTube.
What it told me was it said something about something's what it say?
It said
There was a
404
problem or
something not found. Yeah, error.
So I refreshed it and then it gave me the 404 message. I was like, what the fuck? So then I went back into the StreamYard
and it wasn't
thinking,
saved in
and it was gone. It was
Yeah.
gone. I don't know, guys. I'm sorry.
Which I'm sad it's gone because like I said, I felt like we were finally, you know, having a conversation with someone. I don't discredit his frustration. If, you know, Craig and Brittany J said those things to them, I understand his anger towards them for that. But then to use her DV record that he's apparently had for months to, I don't know, have an argument with it just didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, brutally honest, it was not taken down by the uploader. It was not privated. It was not deleted, not by me. Yeah. It's just fucking gone. I mean, I was pissed as soon as I realized. I was like, what the fuck just happened? I went in the Discord fucking raging.
You did. She did. Brantley was the other man that had hopped up there, and he was the one, you know, him and Jonesman were kind of both speaking when it went down.
Yeah.
I have I don't watch Elevated Truth, so I have no idea what he has or hasn't done. So, like I said, if he wants to hop back up here and have a conversation with Jones, and now that he's here, he's welcome to. Nobody's gonna dogpile him, but
what are you talking about, Donna?
I disagree with what he said about she should have left. Like, we don't know. And maybe she should have, but we don't know. We don't know the cases. We don't know the causes around why she chose to stay.
At the same time, in his live stream, he was standing up for Like they were trying to get Truth to see things the way they were. Charming Jenna was up there with him, and she was trying to, it seemed like, persuade him to see things the way she did, because she kept saying, but without her kids, and he even said at one point, he's the reason that made me think of the fight or flight. He said that. So he was standing up for that part of it, but I didn't understand. It's so fucking confusing for you to say that you were a DV advocate for however long, 4 years, I think he said. And it's like, to me, a DV advocate of 4 years wouldn't have joked the way he did on his live stream leading up to when Clue got up there.
Mm-hmm. And the whole argument is like, he's allowed to have his opinions, absolutely, but then he was mad at Joneson for having her opinion on him.
Which was just that I was disappointed. And then to see that you comment on my shit, which he says he didn't know that I was blocked. So I'll give him that benefit of the doubt. But to me, it was like, yeah, I was upset this morning when I go into your live and I hear you, bullshitting about the DV shit the first hour and a half. It's like, bro, who are you? I thought you were better than this. But no.
Which he finally admitted to. He said, well, I was saying some stuff and maybe it was a little too far, but I was trying to ease the tension before I got into it. So that you were doing, I don't know. Just
yeah, but then Leon, you're right. Sometimes I forget about the history, but I also have history on here. So even though Truth, like the way he acted with that dude, right, at the, what's that protest?
Fake cancer. I don't know. Somebody sent me that. What
the
is
protest
that?
thing? What was that called? No
King's protest?
No King's protest. That's what it was. The way he acted in that, I said something about it too. I did a whole live stream about it. It was fucked up behavior. But I try to think that, because sometimes when I listen to him, he does seem like there's a little bit of sensibility there and a little bit of common sense. But I don't know.
Which I can understand, Casey. If Craig called him a pedophile and did a picture comparing him to a pedophile, I can understand why he said some vile things about her.
I called that out. Mm-hmm. I did. But if she apologized, why have goes at her? You know what I'm saying? He says she keeps bringing him up, but I don't listen to every word she says, but that's why I said, if the live streams were there, I could go back and check the transcript to see when's the last time he was brought up, because I don't recall hearing about Truth lately.
I only hear about him from you, and you haven't mentioned anything about him lately, so I didn't know what he was talking about.
The only thing I've mentioned about him lately is that he came out and he said that he was perturbed about the redirects and the bullying and all that. And I was like, good for you on standing. Even Independent Thinker clipped it, because I was like, y'all better catch it or it's going to go down. I made a community post about it. I was in support of that. And then to see him back on here fucking going after her because his friend it was just disappointing. That's all it is. It was just
he was just talking about something on YouTube. That's how a lot of people, again, I should have titled this J is for justification, because he's had it for 2 months and didn't say shit, but now that it's out here on YouTube, let him say all the shit. Like, come on. So now it's justified because your buddy put it out. All right. Listen, this is a completely new territory we're in. It is a free for all. Anybody can do anything now, and everybody's able to justify it. Everybody's
the whole point was, when will this end? When? You got chatters the fucking most.
Mm-hmm. Well, then good on him for doing that, brutally honest. I don't know if BJ kept
tell me why if that's so why now?
Mm-hmm.
Why jump in on it now? If he feels like Brittany has continued to say his name, why now? Why the DV stuff? And then
I
just Saturday, they did a Saturday Night Live skit about her. So it's just, bro.
They did on Saturday?
Yeah, this past Saturday.
Truth? Elevated
Mhm.
Truth.
Yeah, I was about to say
Wow.
something about it, and the shit went down. Fuck
I should have
StreamYard,
took a
man.
screenshot for y'all. It did say, it said 404 error, blah, blah, blah. I have no idea. We thought that maybe her stream got taken down for some of the words he was using.
Yeah,
which is
I
why
was
he
worried
doesn't
about
like
that.
us to begin with. Because he came into Jones's chat at the very beginning of the case and wanted to say Seth Rogers was a pedophile, and we wouldn't let him use that exact word. And he lost his ever loving mind in the chat. That's a fact. Good Trouble. I thought real life was off the table too. I thought there were boundaries that this little sector had.
Well, my FOIA opened up all boundaries,
Oh
apparently.
yeah, Eurofoya did all the evil deeds. Seriously. So this is the thing that I don't understand. If it was wrong for Joneson to do, which it was, how does that now somehow make it right for other people to do? Joneson, did you remove yourself on purpose?
I meant
You
to
rem-
remove myself. Sorry.
okay, you want me to remove you?
I'm coming. Yeah.
I don't know what she. Oh,
Hold on. I'm going to leave.
You gonna come back from your phone?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
bye.
All right.
No, she's getting ready to leave to go back to work. That's why she's doing that. Yeah, but if it was wrong for her to do, and again, like I said, it was wrong for her to do. Why is it now okay to do it to someone else? Like this whole like you go low, so I'm gonna go lower, and it's justified because you went low. It makes no sense. So then when someone comes back lower on you, it's gonna be just as wrong. Just as wrong. And I don't agree with what Center did by putting out that report on QB, but I've heard the justification of the reason that they put out that report on Brittany J is because she called them a pedophile. Well, Queen B called him a predator, and so then he puts out a report on her. So by your own morality line of what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, he was fine to do it. Like that's the thing. Like when you start justifying one action so that you're allowed to do it, then you make all the actions that that you're a victim of, whether it be legitimate or cry victim, but that you're a victim of, you're making them justifiable. And this like back and forth tit for tat shit is just getting worse and worse and worse, and it's going to continue to do so. It is not going to stop. Oh, sorry about that, Pearl, but I'm glad you're here listening. Elevated Truth has been doing skits on BJ with Clue, Cletus, and that other dude that used. Oh, Crabtree? Interesting. I don't know, Miss Upperside. I get what you're saying, and we told him we didn't disagree with what he was saying, to just use a different word, to not use the word he was using in the chat, because when you guys type it in chat, it gets picked up by the bots a lot easier than if it's just said up on the panel. And that's just the fact. That's how YouTube operates. I know. They were having a good convo. They're having a really good combo. But I want to catch up with my chat, and then I want to read you guys some of the things that that I wanted to point out, and he wasn't hearing them. Wasn't hearing them at all. Oh, thank you, Josh. Good to see you, by the way. Thank you for the 5 memberships. If you got one, please thank Josh. If we control our chat, maybe a lot of this BS would stop, because a lot of the crap comes from the chatters. But I agree with you, Kim. A lot of the crap does come from the chatters, but it seems to be the ones that are screaming like, oh, the chatters are so horrible. Then they go and allow their chats to run free. Okay, you can say he is, but just don't type that word in my chat. Have they? I don't follow Crabtree and all that. I listen to the lab covers him sometimes, and I hear that, but I don't really follow all of what he does. I know he talks to a spirit box. Um, who brought up a child's essay? Go back to the beginning, sailor. Sailor. God, why can't I say sailor? I explained what we think happened. I'm just trying to get. He was mad. Yeah, he was very mad at Jones's chat for sure. And I saw some of the things. Oh, and thank you, Josh B. I saw some of the things that were said about him, but dude, it wasn't near as bad as what Joneson had read off from Clues chat. That was wild. That was wild. I know words are hard today, Gary. Words are hard. Hey, Jones. So here's what I was talking about. And they keep throwing this back that like she's this horrible woman and it should be discussed because she's not a victim and because she chose to stay. Well, there's a lot of reasons that a woman chooses to stay with their abuser.
Absolutely.
One is trauma bonding. I'm not repeating what she went through. I'm repeating examples here. A strong emotional attachment that forms between a victim and an abuser, often due to cycles of abuse followed by reconciliation or affection. Battered women syndrome, a psychological condition that can develop after prolonged intimate partner violence, which may explain why a victim feels unable to leave. Cycles of abuse, the repeated pattern of tension, incident, reconciliation, and calm that keeps victims trapped is abusive relationships. And codependency. In some cases, victims may stay because they feel responsible for the abuser's well-being or fear of abandonment. So there's lots of reasons women choose to stay. And if you're truly there for a victim, you know, is it your place to judge that? If what you do is victimhood, you know, and covering that, then why throw that back in a person's face? Oh, Dynamite wants to know if the chat was so vile, why'd you repeat it? At Clues.
What did I repeat?
When you read off the
Dynamite,
chat.
kiss my ass. I was wondering what she was talking about a minute ago. Like,
you're supposed to be accountable for their words.
I'm repeating them to let everybody in my chat know what these dirty fuckers were doing in that chat over there. And it was accepted. It was welcomed. It was applauded. All of the things. All of the things.
Who was that clip you had played on Granny before Elevated
JP.
JP?
JP.
Let me see if I can find it. I'm going to play that again, and then I'm going to play the Wendy V clip.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even get to the Wendy V clip. It was in my back chat.
Was it a short?
No, it was well, it might have been. No, I don't know. I thought it was a video. It was a black screen.
Yep, it's a video. Okay. Because the one clip that I've heard from Nonsense is she's going on and on about who you sit with. All right, we can play that game. We can absolutely play that game.
Funny. Oh. Literally. My God.
It was derailment, Remy.
Let me tell y'all this because they're going to run with that. My son is behind me on the couch. He can't see me.
What time was it? What time was it that this took place? Anybody know what time it was? Yeah, you know what? I had a whole rant the other day. when we 1 to 3 a.m., 1 a.m. Okay. When we cover, cases, we hear about children that are kidnapped, children that are unalive, children that are neglected. I watch videos where CPS goes to the house, the kid escapes the house, whatever it may be. And these are the type of things that are the markings. And I'm tired of people saying, by speaking on it, you are speaking on children. No, ma'am, I am not. I am speaking on parenting. And when you put your parenting up for public display on a public stage, on a public platform, you allow people to dissect what is heard, what is seen.
Okay, so she wasn't speaking on parent or kids. She was speaking on parenting, right? Well, let's see here. Look, it still shows you're live here on my side. Oh, that's because I had it up earlier.
Well, at least you got some kind of.
Nope, it says it's gone.
Oh, damn. Well, at least it was there for a second for you to see. We wasn't
Yeah.
imagining shit.
There it was.
That shit's gone.
Granny's watching. This is for you, my dear. This is to you, about you, in reference to a certain person and
I'm gonna
a
speed this up.
certain comment in which you made a few comments, a few different, you said it quite a bit, but in regards to this is just about the one thing in which I and there's a link if she decides to come in here and click it, and I can talk it out with her directly, but it's just one thing in which she said that kind of, rubbed me the wrong way. I could give a fuck less about anything else said. It was just the one thing. Hi, TX lady, thank you for coming. Anyways, the one thing that got said was, I don't know what is going on with, I don't know completely, let me rephrase that. I don't know what completely is going on with the whole Granny's Watching channel and the Manic Stream XM channel, which is Jessica Lynn and Cassie. I don't know as to what it is entirely, between the both of you. I know somewhat, but regardless of whatever beef there is, there was one comment that was made that I did come across that I didn't much care for, and I'm sure a lot of people won't care for, is the talking about, someone's child. And Granny's Watching and your stream earlier, you had said something along the lines of, and correct me if I'm wrong because I'm going to paraphrase here, quote, quote on, paraphrase, something about when you're 3-year-old, something about a 3-year-old and on a stream and screaming and cussing, something about a 3-year-old and being on a stream. Hey, Melissa. Hey, Marcina. Hey, Irene. And Granny's Watching, you as we both know, you and I both know that
Is this gonna get anywhere?
you nor I like our children, let alone anyone's children being brought up in anything. And so
I
just
don't
don't think it's cool. Hey, Manic baby. I just don't think it's cool that someone's 3-year-old was brought into the midst of the whole ordeal. I don't think that's cool. I don't think that's right. I don't think that any of us should do that. You know what I mean? If you have beef with someone, you keep it to that person and with that person only. For instance, if somebody has a problem with me, you address it with me, to me, towards me. You do not, however, ever fix your motherfucking lips or adjust your thumbs with your keyboards to type, speak, or say anything about me and mines. You know what I mean? You just keep it to me, just me only. You don't talk about mines. And so I don't think that that's all right. And I have to voice that. I have to say that. Like I said, I don't know all of the back history. I don't know what it is completely, okay, that has gone on or is going on. All I know is that it is not okay to speak on someone's children.
Hello.
Yeah, but this
Can you
falls
hear me?
into the.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, my
There's
stream kind of
more.
messes up. So whenever
What? Yeah, I'm like, they haven't shown proof yet that she spoke on. I'm just curious where
Yeah,
this
for a
is
second
going.
there, I was like, but this falls into he said, she said without Granny
Yeah.
actually hearing Granny's words. So I'm glad she's up
Mhm.
there now. Okay. Okay. I'll shut up.
whenever you talk, I'll mute, and whenever I talk, you mute. Okay.
Okay.
Got you.
Am I talking then?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, what I stated was you shouldn't make comments about other people's children when you yourself have made comments about, and so what, that my 2-year-old, 3-year-old sleeping and I don't care and blah, blah, blah. You shouldn't make comments about other people's children knowing you don't want people making comments about yours.
Yeah, I don't make comments about people's children. I stick up for children. I've stuck up for you and yours. I stick up for anybody's. That's it's kind of like an obsession of mine. I'll even admit it. Like I don't like anybody's kids being brought up on here.
Yeah, it's unnecessary to do, especially minor children. It's just a very unnecessary thing to do. So I agree with that. But yeah, my sentiments remain
don't talk about other people's children and what they are or aren't doing while somebody's streaming. Yeah, Country Joe, how about the fact that I was 20, 21, single mother, had nowhere else to have my child with me, but you doxed your own child's name and then cried that she was doxed. So don't talk to me about parenting. Yeah, don't try that one, CJ. Yeah,
That's still not okay though. None of our children should be talked about. None of ours, not Country
Right.
Joe's, not yours, mine, Tasha, anybody, whether
I
you have a
should-
problem with it or not. Nobody's children.
but should that comment be accepted then, Amanda?
You see it.
No, I
Lori
actually
went-
have it.
Lori
I do
went
have
live.
it, CJ.
Okay, we jumped ahead there, but do you see? I don't know who this Amanda's channel is, but she's trying to say like, don't talk on kids, and then boom, she does. What's Landry's
Yeah.
comment? The ones who keep
Landry's
bringing up
comment is
what
exactly
was
right.
said about Clue and her daughter are the ones who keep it current and are just as guilty of as re-victimizing it and needs to stop. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think that a lot of the subs keep pushing for Clue to do more and to be more and more and more outraged. And I think it's a huge problem in this sector. I do.
I don't know, Miss Upperthigh. I'm not disagreeing with you because I haven't seen all the things, but from what the research we did when we tried to figure out who first brought it up, it was Smiley. That wasn't about Clue's daughter. Then Granny and Jay talked on it, and they weren't referencing her daughter. No one knew her daughter was a part of that. And then Clue did a live explaining that the first case that the man was involved in was about her daughter. Every reference I have seen people discussing that situation, they're talking about the ex, the pedophile, not his victims, none of his victims, but
No,
about
it's about him.
him. So I haven't seen where people are attacking the daughter. If you could tell me where that is, I'm happy to go like look at it and rebuke it. But I haven't seen anybody. I'm not going to replay it, but I would look at it and call it out. But I haven't seen
I
that. They're
haven't
always
seen that
talking about
anywhere.
the ex. Mhm.
Yeah, I haven't seen that anywhere. But also, like you said, Smiley's the one that dug and found it, right? She's the one that initially put it out. And then
And when Smiley
Granny,
was playing it, her connection was the fact that this man had the same last name as someone related to Katie Proudfoot. And she claims she didn't know it was connected to Illuminati, but someone kind of called her out on that in her
yeah, I don't believe
comment
that.
section. I
Yeah,
think she
I
knew.
think she knew.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you got Granny and Jay going live and discussing what Smiley put out. And then you got Nick and Hung putting it out on Twitter. So the whole point is, yes, Smiley dug it up and put it out here first. Clue spoke on it, and it was used against her on Brittany J's panel. She said she shouldn't have done that. She shouldn't have allowed that. So when does this stop? When does it stop?
So Miss Upperthigh's latest comment was, I never said anyone attacked her daughter, but here is this comment where you absolutely did. Clue was gone after first. Her 8-year-old at the time. Trauma was exposed to the world to see, and how about that? The people did that and deserve everything they get. But you also have another comment. Let me keep scrolling back where you absolutely did say it was an attack on the daughter, which is why I referenced that.
Yeah, it wasn't. I haven't seen attacks on the daughter. I've absolutely seen people weaponize it and use it against Clue. That's never been an argument of ours. Our point is, okay, if you're going to clap back, so be it. But this isn't clap back anymore. This is far beyond that. This is, you don't want to fuck with me because this is what I'll do to you. And y'all are out of your fucking minds if you don't think she will keep that same energy for every single one of you.
I do agree with one of your comments here. You said those that live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. No,
I
they
agree.
shouldn't, because this all of this shit. Listen, if they're doing it to one creator now, who's to say tomorrow they're not going to turn around and do it to someone they care for? Like, it's all going way too far.
And I see a lot of people arguing about who was gone after first. Literally, we can try to find who was gone after first, but it's going to be hard. But so far, it's been tracked back to May 18th. Chronicles of the Shady has the video of them insinuating that Craig is a predator. So, therefore, and it was the 21st that Kim said what she said on Brittany J's panel.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, date
Where does
wise,
it end? Like, okay, this person started first, so then it's fair to go at that person, and then they go back lower, and then they go back lower, and they go back lower. Where does it stop?
right? And I agree with Kelsey. Does it matter at this point? Well, to them, yes, it does matter because Clue is validated in everything she's doing in her mind because Brittany said she protected a pedophile or because Kim said what she said on Brittany's panel. Like, that is her validation. It changes daily. One day it's because of what Brittany said about protecting predators. The next day it's about what Kim said on her panel. The next day it's the website Crafton put up. It changes every fucking time she goes live. It changes. All three make her a victim. She is, in fact, a victim, but so is Brittany J. And she's making her even more of a victim with
They're
these
both
actions.
victims, and no one should be using any of that stuff. That's what's
You
so
can be a
wild.
piece of shit and a victim at the same time.
People come in here, and I'm not calling anyone out specifically, but chatters will come in here and say, like, why didn't you, call this out on Brittany J? Why was it okay for BJ to do this to Illuminati? Why was it okay for this or that? When in fact we have. It's like you have to start the live stream calling out everything you've already called out for people to hear it. But even then, they won't hear it. They just want to go back to, oh, well, in this instance, since you think Clue's wrong, what about?
We've spoke on
Yeah, what about
every
this?
single bit of it. Every single bit of it we have spoke on. Like
It's
Clue told, or
ridiculous.
not Clue, like Truth told you. I called Brittany out for doing what she did, putting his picture next to that dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've
I
been
didn't.
here. This is not me just coming in. I've been here. I've been watching. The whole reason I started reviewing was to review both of them because they were both acting like lol cows. And then in those reviews, I started seeing things were getting a lot more hostile on Clue's side. So that's when it became a gang up. That's when I started speaking up for Brittany. Not that she's right, but that this is not necessary. Match energies, don't exceed them.
No, I don't think it's okay to talk on that child's trauma, Buttercup, but they're not. The situation that I have heard most people talk about is the second arrest, the one that put him in jail. The first one he got
With the
probation for.
200,000
But
images, yeah.
the one that I hear them talk about is the 2,000 images, which is not her daughter's trauma. Thank God. It is a bunch of other victims. So that's the one I hear everyone talking on. But no, I agree with you. It was wrong to put out in the first place. I've been saying that since jump. It was
Yeah.
1,000% wrong to do. It's wrong
If they
for
won't
all
listen,
trans
what are you
people to
supposed to
be
do,
doing
Dee?
it. Yeah.
We say it on every fucking live. They say we're BJ Simps. No, we've been done condemned her for the shit she's done.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all just don't want the fingers pointed back at you.
See, okay, Miss Upper Thigh, this mentality right here, BJ was warned to
Yes.
stop talking about Clue and what happened to her kids. Sucks to suck. Have a good day, y'all. Okay, so if someone warned Clue and then they go in and they expose her trauma and her bullshit, it's fine, right? Because they were warned. This mentality is fucking
Fucking bullies.
insane.
They're bullies. They're all fucking bullies. And I will always stand up against bullying to this degree. I mean, I understand there's a little bit of back and forth between groups and creators and all that. No, this is straight up harassment, bullying, obsession. It's just fucking gross.
I've never spoke on her legal fund. So that's the thing. You like
Me neither,
don't
Dynamite.
put
See,
on
you're
me
always
what I haven't
fuck out
done.
of
I've
here.
never spoke on her legal fund. Not one time.
Okay. Nope. Because we've been
Oh,
on
here,
the
let me help you out, Sammy.
waiting. We've been on the wait and see bench. That's where we've been. We've been in that part of the bleachers. Wait and see, because we can't speak on it because there's nothing to speak on. I don't know. the ignorance of these subs, man. And I'm not saying all subs, y'all know that. I'm saying the ones that refuse to see everything for what it is. Instead, it's either got to be he's right or she's wrong, or he's wrong and she's right. It's always got to be black or white. How about they both fucking suck? They both done some shitty shit. They've both been called out. They're both victims, and they both still fucking matter. How about that?
Right.
Dude, I just had to come up because I am shocked the way that people will like make excuses and explain away some of the most. Oh, she was warned, or it's just unbelievable. Take a step back and
Fuck
like
that.
listen
Warn
to
this
yourself.
bitch.
Well, I've already done it, Remy. Remy says some won't be happy until it's proclaimed that Brittany is the devil. I did that on Jones's live stream with Brittany right up there on panel. She's the devil, y'all. Like, what else do you want? It's fucking wild.
I truly think that's, I don't know, it's just the hate and the rage at, listen, okay, sure, maybe let's take Clue, Granny, the creators out of it that have a reason to be mad at Brittany. They've went back and forth. Okay, fine, even though it's gone too far there too, but just take that out of it. Just simply these chatters who don't know her, have never personally interacted with her, have no reason to feel so like passionate about their hate. But they do. It's bizarre. It's freaking weirdo shit, dude. You guys need to take a step back. You are so mad. You don't even know this person. It's weird. I know her. We have you guys seen up here hashing out past arguments, and I don't
Yeah.
want any of this for her. You guys don't even fucking know her. So it's just bizarre. I just don't get it, dude.
It's just hate. People want the drama. People want their daily soap opera. So right now, who's the villain in this soap opera? Brittany J absolutely is. And anybody else pointing out that the heroes of the story are also villains, well, then you're a simp for the villain. And that's just not a fact. It's not a fact at all.
You're coddling, even though no one's coddling anybody. Some things are just too far, period. And it doesn't matter. And there's no excuse. It's crazy how, I don't know. We were all coddling Brittany. You know that, right? And that's,
Were
we are
we?
now backing, yes. And now we're backing her up because we don't
Where have
want
you
her to be.
seen me back her up? Like, listen, backing up this whole DV stuff that's been put out and weaponized, we did the same for Clue. It is wrong for people to do this, period, to any woman. Whether, and you can try to justify it all day long that, oh, she's done some shady shit, so she deserves it. Well, guess what? Every last one of us have done bad things in our life. Every single one of us have. No one here is perfect. No one here is blameless in all things. No one is the moral authority or the moral high horse or any of that shit. We've all done bad stuff. So does that mean that our traumas deserve to be weaponized? Does it? It doesn't for anyone. Clue can be a vile monster, and her shit she didn't deserve to have that weaponized against her. But then to take the road of like, oh, well, since since Brittany did these bad things, now I'm going to read off her domestic violence report. It makes you no better. In fact, it makes you worse because you've had it done to you and now you're willing to do that to another woman.
And also, like, I don't have, it's kind of been said, like, she allows the kids to be in the background. So we have the right to comment on it. It's public. Well, sure, you have the right to comment on it, but should you? Is that the right thing to do? Like, and is it going too far when you start picking somebody apart in every aspect of their life? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
I agree with Carrie. I absolutely do. I think she needs to do the right thing and publicly apologize for the awful untrue things, which she did on Jones's panel, if you listen, that she has said, and then move on. I agree with you 1,000%. Move on from it. And if the others continue, then it is seen for what it is. I agree with Carrie 1,000%.
Me too.
Because you have, like, seriously, I know that she hates it when people say, oh, you enjoy being a victim, but it does come a point, like, if you're continuing to get into the mud with them, then it's not going to stop because you're giving them exactly what they want.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's been the lolcow community for quite some time, a little bit, honestly.
JP said we have entered the apex of the anti-BJ community arc. Prove me wrong.
Oh yeah. If these are the heroes I want out of this story. Right? Right. There are no heroes here, but there's some things here, like I don't know, the whataboutisms and the justifications that people constantly bring into this chat. My question is, are you taking that to another side when your favorite creator is calling out or doing the bad things as well? And it's
The
a
whole
genuine question because I don't watch to know the answer.
well, they did it first. I mean, you can really tell, like, these people's parents didn't raise them to clean up a mess that, somebody else left. Like, you're playing with toys and your mom asks you to clean something up. Well, they got it out. Well, it don't matter.
Yeah.
Mama said clean it the fuck up.
Yeah.
And yes, Jane Doe, she was called out. She was called out on Jones's panel. Me and Nunya both addressed that with her, that like, I'm not going to come out here and say she's on some substances or shit. I wouldn't do that to anyone. But the fact remains, you can see it plain as day. She was falling asleep on her panel and continues to do so. And Joneson addressed it again today. So yes, people are saying that. It's wild to come in here and say, "Oh, well, you didn't call her out on this." Yes, we have. Like, do we
They
need to
consider a
continue to
call out
beat a dead
attacking.
horse? Yeah. I think there's a difference here of what addressing it, calling it out, and moving on is versus continual attackment.
Yes.
I don't
She
think is a
actually
word.
took a lot of criticism that day, straight from you guys, face to face on the panel. You
Mhm.
know what I mean? She took a lot. She swallowed a lot of that criticism and stayed up here, which surprised me. I got to give her that. So
She does,
probably-
Jane Doe. She does. She lies about it because it's plain as day that she falls asleep. You know who else lies? Granny. She lies about being a cancer scammer. She lies about not talking on kids. There's lots of, you know who else lies? Cluminati says she's not a racist or did not make any racist remarks when in fact she did. And not only that, that was another thing in this clip Soup played, which I need to get that clip from her, where Nonsense says all the people you won't find me sitting beside these people. One of the things she calls out is bigotry. Guess who else had bigoted comments? Cluminati. She called someone the F slur twice, once on Granny's and once on her own panel. So you in fact are willing to sit beside those people. And you're willing to do so in such a weird, aggressive manner. Listening to Soup play those clips, I was like, holy cow, who is this individual?
That goes back to my community post. Like, Clue gives them strength to be their true selves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they want to be vile. They want to be nasty.
Yeah, because nobody with a decent fucking soul would co-sign what happened yesterday. I'm sorry. I wouldn't co-sign it happening to Clue. I wouldn't. If somebody was to FOIA and start reading the incident report, I would not co-sign it. I wouldn't. Because I've learned how bad it can hurt people.
In my own wisdom. All right, Cash. Thank you. I don't know. Yeah, they do carry. That's a big thing. The bone carriers are a huge thing. The chat also fires up the creator. That's what Joneson was trying to say with Elevated. I don't know if it's true or not, but what she was saying basically was like he was going one direction. His chat got him fired up to go a completely different direction. There's so much money in this. That's what's astounding. If you just go look at Playboard, the amount of money that is found in this tiny little sector with these tiny channels, in comparison on YouTube, they're all tiny. Even Jay with her 100,000 is a tiny channel. And the amount of money that they're bringing in off of this drama, it's mind blowing. And y'all are the ones supplying it to them. Wild.
You should probably pull up Playboard or Social Blade.
I can. Let me finish this clip. I don't know what was in here, but this is the one that was sent to me to be played.
Children.
But should that comment be accepted then? Amanda,
You say it.
no, I
Lori
do
went-
have it.
Lori
I do
went
have
live.
it,
The
CJ.
only
Lori
thing
went
that I
live.
can't
Hang on. Let me slow it down. I can't hear them while they're talking over each other.
that I
Wasn't
give a
on
fuck
the
about
line.
right now. Hold on, CJ. Hold on.
This
The
was
only
Lori's
stream that I've
stream.
seen that I give a fuck about right now is earlier I heard Manic Stream's 3-year-old being brought up, and I want to know why she was brought up. I really do, because that is not cool. And Jess, I've stuck up for your kids. I've stuck up for Natasha's. I've stuck up for the DeLoreans. And I don't, like I've said 1,000 times, I don't care if I like you or I don't, whether you like me or you don't. If anybody talks about somebody's kids, I will stick up for it because it's wrong.
Okay, well, I want to clarify something because I see this being said a lot, and you said it about liking as well. You said that they talked about your kid, right? There is a difference between speaking on somebody's kid and speaking on generally
They most
about.
definitely did.
I tried emailing you. Can you clarify how?
I've emailed you before. I have no emails from you whatsoever. Not one email from you. I have 2 email addresses on my About Me.
Okay. Can you clarify how? Because like right now you're saying I spoke about her daughter, and that is very not true. Context matters, and when you state that,
I just know earlier I heard. Listen, I only clicked in for about 2 minutes, for about two fucking minutes, because I was in Manic Stream's chats, and then I clicked into yours to see what was going on because I was trying to figure it out because I had no clue what the fuck was going on.
Right.
So I'm like, okay, I'll go to Justice Channel and try to figure it out. And then I go and I hear you talking about what I thought was Dorothy, but I wasn't sure it was Dorothy. I didn't know if it was Manic Stream or Dorothy or whatever, but I heard something about a 3-year-old and ranting and raving on a stream. And I don't remember the exact words or context, but I do remember a 3-year-old being brought up. And I didn't think that was cool. I don't know who's 3-year-old, but that's not cool.
What the context was is people like Manic Stream should not be in other streams talking about my children and my parenting when she herself had to make a public statement stating, I know I'm screaming and my 3-year-old's sleeping right nearby. We shouldn't have to make those type of statements. It shouldn't matter to any of you where my children are while I'm streaming. You get mad if you don't hear them.
No, but you shouldn't say that. You shouldn't say that, Jess. You shouldn't say that. Same as if you were on a stream, Jess, and you were screaming with your children around, I wouldn't say shit to you or about it, and I would never come on a stream and say it.
That's respectful, Amanda, but when Manic Stream is going around making comments about my parenting, I feel like it is a point that I am going to point out that if you don't want people,
I've never seen her say that or do that. She's been very supportive of you, Jess.
Do you know
very
about
supportive
no,
of you.
Amanda, you're sadly, I will email you. You're sadly mistaken. I have seen her everywhere talking shit.
Manic Stream says she's never talked about your kids.
Yes, she has. I have the screenshots.
Right, JP? That's what it sounds
You just
like.
said I've spoke about.
But then again, Jess,
you were just in Lori's video the other day.
Both of you as creators know that people clone us all the time. People clone us all the time.
Right here.
I've never spoke about. I don't even know how many kids you got. I don't.
Well, didn't you just say something about me bringing my child while I shoplift? And didn't you? Weren't you and Lori saying stuff about child endangerment, all that? So wait. So if I say your 3-year-old sleeping there.
So who these people, one is some chick named Amanda. I don't know who that is. Then you have Granny, and then you have CJ, which is Country Joe. Which I think her and Granny are friends now.
You talked about
That is my context. Exactly. Context matters. You can't say people are speaking about your kids if they're not speaking about your kids, but they're speaking about your parenting. Just like you, Amanda, saying Lycan spoke about your kids. I've never heard him speak about your kids. He might have
They don't speak about my children's names. No, Jess, you're right. They don't say Jacob or Mason, but I have plenty of fucking screenshots, and I don't mind fucking showing them, where I've literally went and I've asked them both to please not mention my children. And it's not just them. It's the people within their chats, because you as well as I know that if I'm up here and I'm talking about you, Jess, or talking about your children, you or what the fuck ever, there's 100 to 200, however many hundreds of fucking people within that chat that are also going to be talking about you and yours, right?
Yeah, that's what's been happening.
That's what I meant.
I agree.
And that's what I meant. Was all the people, I asked them, please, listen, when you speak on Amanda or her parenting, you're allowing all your followers and your supporters to do the same on me and my kids. And that's what I asked them to please stop doing. And I begged them. I went to them so many times nicely, and they did not stop.
Okay. I guess I wasn't in those streams then when that was happening, because I don't recall that happening.
I wasn't in the streams either. It was comments. It wasn't live chats. It was comments afterwards. I can't watch live chats of anybody because I know I'll get too upset. It was comments afterwards, after the streams.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. It is upsetting when you see people speaking about your parents, and it's very upsetting.
It is. It really is. And I feel that for you. I feel that for CJ. I feel that for Man Extreme. I feel that for Natasha. I feel that for any fucking creator, because none of our kids should ever be brought up. None of our significant others, nothing of our private lives ever.
No.
Mhm. But it just, yeah, that's old. That's from 3 years ago. Ellie, you're about to be blocked because listen, it has nothing to do with free speech. It is just a personal boundary, and I don't want you around me. So you can say whatever you got to say the next couple minutes, then yes, that account will also be blocked. Like, we are low vibrational people to you. I don't understand why you are even here, why you continue to try to come around us, why you want to engage in convos. Like, what is it that you want?
Not to mention, she just got caught doing some shady shit behind the scenes with Queen Bee. Queen Bee done
Doing
booted
what?
her ass out too. Sharing somebody's photos behind the scenes with somebody else, and that somebody else that she sent the photos to emailed Queen and
Lord
showed Queen.
Jesus. Not Ellie caught being Ellie. Wow. But yeah, that's the thing. That's my point, Jones. And all of these people are doing the most. They have done the most, and they deserve to be called out too. Why would you? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for stopping by. Please don't again. Yeah, they're obsessed, and I only watch for 12 minutes, but yet she tries to show up in every stream, and she'll log in under like 50 million accounts. Seek
Check
help,
to see if
Ellie.
Soup sent you that link
Oh, okay.
of what she played of nonsense. I asked her if she could.
Oh, yeah, here it is. Thank you, Soup. This is insane. When I heard this, I was like, what the heck is going on? Like, seriously, is she okay? Is someone need to
Bro, that rage was
this
so fucking good.
this was a earth level rage, and I might not care for Cappy, but man, I would have loved to have been a fly on her wall when this was happening, because I know she was getting a good laugh out of it. Like,
Explain
dang.
myself to anybody. Not at all. But that's what started the fucking problems. And then when I confronted you, Nunya, on my panel,
Nunya.
it's crazy to me that at the same time you came rolling fucking in my chat, that she came alongside you and it decided to attack.
Yes, that is true. Southern Sass, I wasn't like friends with Brittany, but I was okay with her channel up until last year. I never knew she had 5 kids until Granny spoke on it. Granny outed that she had other children. That was wild. Like, that's definitely speaking on kids. You can try to cover it up with, "Ooh, I was talking on our parenting." No, you weren't. You're not at all. I don't know why she's here, Gigi. I have no idea. She just likes the attention and the derailment. And it's easy to see it for what it is. And apparently if she got kicked out of the hive, they see it for what it is too. And that's been Ellie since jump.
Attack one of my friends and lie repeatedly on said friend that she was stalking her on the fucking internet because said friend had went and supported her, followed her, engaged with her stuff because she wanted her voice to be heard, her story to be told, and engagement helps boost. Never once was stalking her. Fucking
Who's she talking? I don't know who she's talking about here. Nunya is busy with family today.
She's
But
talking about her. She's alluding to private conversations her and her friends have had, but she don't do that. She won't use it against you later.
Can you talk for just a second, Jonathan? I need to run and grab a drink. I'll be like 2
Sure.
seconds.
Let me get to the comment. It is weaponizing mental illness. She's so mad. Just Irish bro. She was like, "Oh, you spineless, skinless, skin wearing." Hell, I don't even know what she said. It was so good. I'm gonna need more rage strings like that nonsense. That was earth level, absolutely earth level. It was so good.
That's what the part that I heard in Soups was. So Amethyst said tell the whole story. So I'm guessing this is your story she's telling, Amethyst. Revival absolutely stalked me on. Okay, so Amethyst is claiming Revival stalked her online, and Nonsense is claiming that's not the case. Okay. Just trying to I haven't haven't had a chance to talk to Nunya since this clip got released, so I didn't know who she was talking about. No, I don't think Granny docks Brittany's name. I don't. I agree with you I agree with you on that, Demon Chihuahua. Nobody docks Brittany. I think it's been on her channel on one of her pay links for a long time. Same thing with Granny though. Her full name's been on her channel under her pay link for a long time.
Mhm.
So I don't think either one of them got doxxed by either one of them. I don't know if she told them that she only had 2 kids. I think that she just only talked about the ones that were living in her home. I don't think she ever talked about
Yeah,
the others.
because it's not our fucking business.
I think she just kind of, kept them from protected them from the internet, which I wish she would have done with all her kids, but that's not my right to say. People could say I should protect Clue and not talk about him on my panel at all. So, and that's, they're allowed to have their opinion on that. Everyone is. I was going to see if Amethyst said anything else. Revival has stopped a lot of people online, so I think you meant stalked. Yeah. She said on panel with, I believe, Allie in 22, she had 3 kids. I have no idea. Former friend, anyone that messages her is subject to having their messages used as weapons. Don't think your friendship is solid because it is not.
Yeah, while she shames us for iTal, saying that we used private shit from Queen to have a go at her. Bitch, sit down.
I know
All the way down.
Allie has said this ever since Granny put it out because she came into our group message and she's like, I had no idea. Like she felt a certain type. Allie felt a certain type of way about it because she was close and MJ were close with Brittany and they didn't even know it. We'll never see that 6-up. Is she back in here? Or oh my god, Ellie. Seriously, get help, girl.
She's
What's
back.
on another
Mm.
channel? Listen, we have some low vibrations over here, and I wouldn't want that to rub off on you. You can't control what other people do. That's the thing that frustrates me when they say like, "Oh, you try to tell people what to do on this app." When have I told anyone what to do? I'm very cognitive that everybody here is an adult and they're going to do whatever they want to do. But if I have an opinion that something's wrong, yeah, I'm going to say that, but it doesn't mean I can actually stop a person from doing their shitty behavior. I wish I could, but
But
no.
that's legit what they think, Deets. They think that we're trying to tell them what to do or be their gods. No, we're not. We're having an opinion and y'all feel a certain way about that opinion. That's a you problem, not a us problem. It's not us saying we're better than you.
Mm-mm. I'm not. I'm absolutely not better than anyone. And Josh B is such a sweetheart. And he said, Ellie, I hope you get better in real life, lady. I don't wish bad on you at all. And I agree. I don't either. I just wish she has the day she deserves and stop this. Like, what do you even want in here? Do you want to hop up on here? You need a link? Like, what do you want? It's so weird.
Yeah, hop up. Shit. I mean,
Jeez Louise. Do you want some ass pads? Is that what it is? Hey, Mac. Yeah, the 2 boys and the daughter. I think I did say the older 3 we'd never heard about. It's just the 2 we had never heard about. Revival saw me in BJ's chat and ran to Nonsense to let her know. This is what I was waiting on, guys, because I kind of wanted to get this story before moving on. Saw me in BJ's chat and ran to Nonsense to let her know and how concerned she was. After that, she liked something on one of my ex posts and had never done that before. It was laughed off by Nonsense. Oh, and now she's using it to like weaponize against you. Like, oh, she wasn't stalked, you big meanie, Amethyst.
Revival was nitpicking her, picking at her.
Oh.
And it goes further. And Am, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a part of this little rant where she talks about you sending a video to chat. Is that the video you put up on your channel? Watch out for her answer dates.
Yeah, I think it was. She mentioned that in the soups that she had a video about Nonsense and like a cult reference.
Yeah, so when you get to that part, I shared it, Nunya shared it. If you can't find Amethyst's channel, you can show the video that Nonsense is so outraged about.
Yeah, I'll look that up. Give me a second. All right, let me play this.
Nah, outrageous. You're right, I've fucking changed.
Wow.
I no longer will sit by people who have shown openly transphobic bullshit. I will never sit near people who fucking years ago were against LGBTQ plus because they're ignorant bullshit. Well, they sit on this app and tell you that they're so open to conversation and progression. Well, they shut off.
So I know for a fact, Nonsense, you were in my 4th of July live stream where we played all of Clue's bigoted shit, yet you're cool with sitting by it now. And if you're going to use that excuse, that was a year ago and you haven't heard any more out of her, well, then you need to apply that to a lot of other people that you're holding accountable for shit.
Exactly. Don't bring up my motherfucking FOIA if that's the way you want to run this.
Mm-hmm. And how many? Listen, I agree with you, Princess Gaga. Love your name, by the way. It's weird how many mods have left Brittany J. But you know what else I find weird? How many mods have left Granny? How many mods have left Nonsense? How many mods have left Queen Bee? I don't know about mods leaving Cluminati, but those also have had a lot of mods leave their channels. I have had one mod change in my chat over the entire time I have had moderators. One. That's it. One. So I find it weird. All of these creators have so many mods like leaving and coming and going. I that's what they say. I find maybe modding too many people or something, or I don't know. We've had this mod conversation on my channel so many times that I find the mod channel holder relationship on YouTube to be very weird and fascinating.
Well, I mean, nobody's gonna. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I had to swap over to my earbuds. Nobody's denying it's weird how many people Brittany J has had mods she's had leave. I've even called out the parasocial. Like, it's because she gets so friendly with people and she thinks, she's free to tell her life story to these people, and they feel they're free to tell their life story to her. And then when shit goes sideways, what happens? Yvette's over at Clues giving her information. I mean, it's just so dirty.
I know in that video Wolfie made, she put me on there as like a mod that's left Brittany J. I didn't have a real wrench. I never once used that. Her wrench to me was definitely just a courtesy wrench from channel holder to channel holder. People do that. So to include me in that seemed a little weird because like I wasn't a real moderator, Yeah, some do, Jacob. They just kick their mods all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, so yes, the clip we just heard, she talks about you'll never find her sitting next to a bigot and all this.
Okay, bitch.
I don't know who she's claiming. Like right here, this little rant is towards Nunya, so I don't know who Nunya is supporting. That, but she is
She's not. It's her
actively.
way of taking digs.
Well, in this moment, nonsense is absolutely sitting next to a bigot.
Off any conversation that's out of their comfort zone. You're right, I fucking changed. I'm no longer willing to sit by and listen and be discredited because I have fucking trauma that you feel that you can weaponize.
Nobody's done that.
I don't know any of her trauma, nor do I need to know any of her trauma. I think she's talking about, okay, no, it just came to me. She's talking about the religious trauma that Nunya said. Let me tell you,
She swears that's the first anybody ever heard of it. No, bitch.
I heard about Nonsense's religious trauma long before I ever had a private conversation with Nunya. Long before that. I could probably find you the date because I had just found Nonsense's channel and I was talking with a close friend on here and I said, go check out this channel. I really like the content she's putting out. I could probably find it just by scrolling Nonsense's channel. Then she did a stream on Tyler Feller and she talked about her own religious trauma and she put a lot of religious manipulation out in that stream. And I said to that friend that I really like her content, but I don't like it when she talks about the religious stuff. I don't agree with what she's saying there. And she had done a couple more streams after that. So no, nonsense. Nunya didn't leak out anything that wasn't known to the public. You've talked about it on your own channel.
I mean,
I know, perf.
I see she's gotten her balls at least a little bit from Clue, but still not quite because she still isn't putting names on every single thing she says. Put a name on it, ho.
That she's not putting a name on it. We know she's talking about Nunya here, but the fact is just wrong. Nobody weaponized her trauma. She spoke on it, and Nunya's opinion is that her own religious trauma is why she goes so hard at
Brittany for her religion.
Craig. And it may be, I don't know what it is, but that wasn't some like big secret that Nunya
is it crazy to think it is?
Mm-hmm.
It's not crazy to imagine or have an opinion that might be where that stems from. It's not. But to say that she weaponized your trauma or nobody knew about your religious trauma before Nunya said something on her live stream about it, you're fucking lying again.
And you're right, Allie. Allie says, I've removed some mods and I'll remove more if I want or need to. Absolutely. Demon Chihuahua says, I've heard BJ say many times over the years she has been doxxed prior to the RICO and blamed many different people to blame. 3 years ago, she said someone named Lindsay, I believe, doxxed her. Lycan's ex, maybe. Yeah. And you know what I've heard? Listen, Queen Bee was doxxed by Jim Terry. She's spoken on this publicly. But when she needed it to be Bullhorn Betty, then Bullhorn Betty doxxed her. Then she also claimed that Dolly Vision doxxed her. And then she claimed this person doxxed her and that person doxxed her. And according to y'all standards, if the original dox is the only doxer, that all those other claims are bupkis.
Yeah, they like to say, well, you can't redox a dox. Well, Queen has always said that you can redox the dox. Because the dox wasn't meant to be out there, so you sharing it any further is a problem. That's one of the two things she always told me, is you can redox a dox and never confirm a dox. She always has said.
I agree, Jenny. You can be doxxed again, but there was the claim of Bullhorn Betty shared a channel on her community post and said, I am not this channel. The channel was doxing Queen Bee. And that became, Bullhorn Betty doxed her. It's insane.
It's whatever's convenient.
That's what I'm saying. It's wild. It's open season in Cramaland. Whatever you want to be the reason is now the reason. You can just make up shit on your own.
Yes.
That's what everybody's doing. It's wild. It's what everyone is doing. The justifications, the whataboutisms, the throwing rocks and hiding hands and putting 10s on 20s. It is just do whatever the fuck you want, because as long as you can manipulate the audience into believing your justification, then hey, do it. Because that's all I'm hearing out here anymore.
You have poked at every one of my friends. One by one. You lost access to me 2 years ago. So this whole
What the fuck is wrong with her and the verbiage she uses? This is the same words that she used that got people saying that they did like
Oh,
access
you
to
lost
you, like you
access.
are some like head political figure or something. You are just a person with a YouTube channel. I think what you have said is you're just a loudmouth with a loudmouth bitch with a YouTube. I don't know your exact words, but you're just a loudmouth who shares her opinion like everyone else. And I agree. You know, I'm not shaming her for that. That's just one of the lines she used. This whole like lost access to me 2 years ago. What are you talking about? Who do you
It's
think you
weird.
are? And I know for a fact Nunya didn't lose access to you 2 years ago. She was just talking to you a couple months ago in DMs. Like, what the
She
hell
sure
are you
was.
about?
Well, she says, I tried to, allow communication. Like, girl, stop.
Why does she think anyone wants access to her? Exactly. Like,
And it's almost like the same way Clue's giving them some bowls, like she's giving them a superiority complex or something like. Because this sounds like some shit Clue would say.
you're
Like,
not PewDiePie or
next
Mr.
thing you know, she's
Beast.
gonna be telling us to eat her cookie. You better stop.
Better eat her cookies. Like, seriously, you're not even like, um I'm trying to think of a big true crime creator, like, who's the one that does the makeup? Uh,
Bailey.
Bailey Sarian. You're not Bailey Sarian. You're not even,
Stephanie Harlow. Hell,
Stephanie
you ain't even
Right.
Gray Hughes, bitch.
Right. You're not even JS for Justice, who has quite a bit of subs. Like, lost access to you? What the fuck are you saying? Like,
Yeah.
seriously, do you hear yourself? Oh my god, Texas girl, people would look at me like I had 3 heads if I said, "Sorry, you lost access to me 3 years ago." Like, what?
She would like to thank her fans and for everybody who supports her.
We are so lucky to hear Saint Nonsense of Arizona. We should consider ourselves lucky to be able to hear the nonsense pontificate to us. Preach! We revoked the VIP access.
Oh, it's so corny.
It was so weird. Like, do you hear yourself?
she's changed. You haven't known me for years.
She got
She's
her
a
Grammy.
thug. She's a thug now.
You haven't known me for years. Again, a
Okay.
couple months ago, you were singing a different tune, nonsense.
Yeah, and there was some shit you was talking in those DMs too. Let's
Yeah,
not
there was.
bullshit. You don't like Queen. Stop bullshitting.
And not just with Nunya, by the way. Your inner circle
Hmm.
isn't as tight as you think it is. But
Yeah.
you talk a lot of shit behind the scenes, even though you claim you don't talk behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
You do.
Saying some of
Oh,
that foul ass shit. You be doing some weird shit behind the scenes.
I don't.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Pearl made me a cute little thank you video, and I haven't uploaded it yet. I was doing that the one day I accidentally wound up on Jones's panel. So let me hit you with this. I don't like that picture of me.
Hey. Well, it's not a picture of you, Deets. It's an AI.
It's AI, but like, who are we kidding? Anybody trying to make me look like a gangster? That is listen, that's the craziest thing.
He's the most basic white bitch out here.
I sure as heck am. I sure as heck am. But thank you, Amex. Oh, we're hearing it all, Sammy. We're making fun of the words she uses. But even that's not true. Nunya had access to her personal life just a couple months ago. Some of her mods that have access to her personal life are out there speaking with others on the things that Nonsense says in the DMs.
You a weird bitch.
They're not even speaking to me, so it's getting around lots of different ways. So it's just something you need to check yourself on.
She's sanctimonious as fuck.
Yeah.
And yet she says we're trying to be the moral authority. No, bitch, that's a title y'all put on us. We didn't want that.
Amen.
Well, you sit there and make content out of people you considered friends, or so you said, when in reality, I don't think you even know what that term actually means. And you say you haven't changed. Yeah,
Stop.
that's a fucking problem.
Hang
So
on.
which person is it? The person.
You hear that? While you make content out of people that were supposed to be your friends, while you sit here and do the same fucking thing in this moment, right now, and it's just wild to me how ignorant she is. Just like all victims matter. And then she's in Clue's chat cheering on the Brittany J domestic violence report. Like, okay, so hello? Is anyone home, bitch? We're here to repossess.
Nobody's home.
Person that wanted to fucking smash your face into the dirt and you were disrespecting me and weaponizing my trauma and dangling it on here. Is that the person she was today? Or I guess she hasn't changed, so I guess it's the same person, right?
You are hurt, ma'am. You are hurt.
She's lit because Nunya did her. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going over. Go ahead.
Nunya did her live, right? Her live was showing because she's tired of hearing nonsense saying that she hasn't changed. And Nunya did her live. She took no personal digs. She didn't bring up private, stories between friends. She literally only showed the difference between nonsense, 2 years ago, and nonsense now. And it also showed that Nunya is the same. And I think that triggered her because it did highlight the stark difference of a person that nonsense is now.
Yeah.
They triggered her.
I don't think I've listened to that whole live stream. I think I heard part of it. Nonsense was just telling people in her circle about what happened on that private StreamYard. She is weird as fuck. She's a weirdo with way too much time on her hands.
I see, JP.
I'm telling you, her private access chats are getting out there and being spread to others. Like I said, I haven't even heard it from the people that speak to her, but
me either.
It's being shown and spread. So it's wild. I don't ever want to hear her say, like, I don't do behind the scenes shit, girl.
And I agree with him saying, to be fair, we've all changed. Some good for the better, some for worse. I agree with that. Yeah. I absolutely agree with that. The whole point in Nunya doing that was because nonsense gets irate when we say she's changed. Like, if we say that, it triggers something in her and she loses her ever-loving mind. So then it was like, well, let me show you how you've changed.
Oh, I don't listen to her anymore, so I don't know if she has or not. I have never previously heard it. Now, they did say today.
She did yesterday.
That Nunya, I think Nunya and Jones and both said that she said she doesn't. Well, that's not true because I have heard her say she doesn't know if Veda's even a victim. Actually, I think she went as far as to say that bitch lied and tried to prove it, but did not even line up with anyway. But she said that she doesn't even know if Brittany J is a victim. That's a little bit of victim shaming, in my opinion.
Absolutely, and participating in Clue's chat while Clue was up there actively doing it. Yeah, that's victim shaming.
I didn't know. Do you know you're a weirdo, JP? I don't know if you knew that with the team.
I'm not the weirdo. You're the weirdo. I'm not the one that's changed. You've changed. Like, bro, come on.
Come here. Come here, buddy. Hank is like, Mom's fired up. Let's go. You sit by the very person and have condoned the foying of a real life situation for a gotcha. But yet,
For a gotcha. Now, Johnson has to mute because she's working, so she'll be gone for a hot minute. But foying a real life situation for a gotcha. What do you think the fuck was just done to Brittany J with her domestic violence? Was that not just foying a real life situation for a gotcha? I'm so
My
sick
point exactly, D.
gotcha moment, you know? Like,
Yeah.
gotcha. No.
That's the whole reason I did the FOIA on Queen, right? We've talked about that.
You
Like,
didn't need to do. We could have, we
right. I didn't need to do it.
FOIA.
But for me, it was a, ooh, gotcha, bitch. You know? That's what it was for me. And it was not necessary. It wasn't needed. It just, you know, we all get caught up. But when you refuse to self-reflect, that's when you continue to stay this shit stain of a human.
Hang on, my headphone's dying. I'm trying to get it to charge. Okay, there we go. But that just happened again to BJ, the foying of her DV for a gotcha moment. But you want to throw that in Nunya's face that she sits with the FOIA starter. So you're so much better than her, but you sit with a cancer scammer, and you sit with a person who has scammed multiple times on hurricanes coming to her area. You know, she ran a fundraiser for a hotel room that she never went and got. Like, and I hate this whole you sit with shit. I truly
I know.
do think it is the dumbest stuff ever. But when you're using it like this, I'm going to point it out back to you because I don't think it's fair to put on nonsense what those other people do or don't do. I don't. But if that's what you're going to do to Nunya, then let's just point out who you sit with.
yet you condemn others and say that we support doxing because we're in a fucking chat. Well, your best friend, out of your words, your mouth, is the one who did the FOIA. Not once have I condoned doxing, FOIAing, go in real life of any sort. Well, you sit here.
So Soup said this comes right before the live stream Cluminati did. So this
Yes.
she
Yes.
is on is before Clue goes live and reads out a FOIA on someone.
Yeah. While she's in chat. And then after Clue shuts down, she goes live again. Now that live I haven't heard yet, but I did hear from a few people that she was getting some clap back for agreeing with Clue doing it. And she just kept making excuses.
Yep. She sits with someone who thought Chris Watts was innocent even after he pled guilty. Absolutely.
She sits with people that call Seth, Sebastian's father, a pedo. Just saying.
Yep. Hasn't spoken anything about... I don't know, D. I don't know. I'm not aware of either of that. That didn't age well at all, JP, but she'll justify it. She'll just... No, you said she then turned around, went live again, and was like, oh my gosh, Clue is so strong for doing what she did. Like, what? Read out someone else's domestic violence?
Yeah, girl. Yeah, exploiting a victim. Yeah, she's real strong in that.
What a courageous woman. What a courageous woman.
Sit here and call everybody around me bone collectors. One of our mutual friends didn't come to me when she was struggling with her physical and mental health and end up blocked.
So, Miss Leia, I know you, when Nunya hopped up on Jones's earlier, you're like, wait, who's talking about me and why? Right here. Nonsense is talking about you. And according to Nunya, this is like the second, maybe third time she's thrown this out. So Nunya is saying, if you want to either correct nonsense on what she's saying here, or Nunya's going to show the DMs to prove that this is a damn lie on her name. I don't know. They're not my DMs. That's just what Nunya was saying.
On me, bone collectors. One of our mutual friends didn't come to me when she was struggling with her physical and mental health and end up blocked. I'm a shit ass friend, right? I'm a shit ass friend that when my friend who is healing from a double mastectomy.
Okay. Now, I said this in Soup's chat, that the one thing I noticed about Nonsense, and I noticed it when she started covering Brittany J and the Sebastian's case, is that she is a chameleon. She takes on the personification of the channels that she regulates in. Like she will take on their verbiage. She'll use their words instead of her own. And this right here, she's taking from another creator. Let me add in, instead of just saying what she had to say about that Amethyst sent a video to someone on accident, she's going to amp it up. With the emotional trauma attached to it. Why? To tug on your heartstrings, because we all know that how we all feel about cancer, which is why I will never stop talking about Granny being a fucking cancer scammer. But because listen, that's affected a lot of us in a lot of real ways. But that's what she's doing right here. She's using this manipulation to go at Nunya,
who is healing from a double mastectomy, gets sent a video of cult leaders with me alongside it by Amethyst as she's recovering from double mastectomy, breast cancer, and then responds, whoops, wrong video.
So I'm going to play the video that Amethyst accidentally sent to a mutual friend. Now, did this video traumatize that woman while she was recovering from her double mastectomy? No. But Nonsense will have you believing it is. It's a 38-second clip. Let me take this down. Have two things in common. They need each other for content, and they exploit victims, loved ones in active trauma, and their own families. That is what Amethyst accidentally sent to their mutual friend. But I guarantee you all anyone heard was the double mastectomy part. The monetization of toxicity, analyzing YouTube content creators and controversy-driven engagement. Controversy-driven engagement. So that's it. That was the video that she accidentally sent to a friend. But I think you guys can see from that video why Nonsense was truly worked up about it. I don't think there's any docs in here, Gray. Oh, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Sorry, Grant. I thought you were talking about the video. I gotcha. Chapped and I have never stopped talking. She has never said anything about the video to me. But that's what Nonsense is rubbing in Amethyst's face. Not that any of us would have known that from that little bit she said. No. But she'll have you feel that her friend was using, another friend during a very traumatic time in her life. I'm not believing Stalker Angela, but I can look at the receipts with full context. Absolutely can. And she you might want to go listen to your friend if that's what you think, because she has since came out and said, that's not what I said. I never said I had full-blown cancer. I never claimed to have this or that. But then you go look at her words and she absolutely did. Absolutely did. She had a cam slip one night. And that night she puts out a community post. And it wasn't a lovely cam slip. She puts out a community post about, how dare you do this to a woman with full-blown cancer. Then she later goes on a panel and again talks about how she's had full-blown cancer for years. But come to find out, she doesn't go to the gynecologist and do anything until after she had already said this. And then they come back and tell her it's benign. And she doesn't understand. And she puts out her own report and then later claims other people have done that. But she puts it out to prove that she went to the doctor. But what it proved is that she didn't have cancer. All of this is out there. And if you want me to play through it, I absolutely will. It'll take me a second to gather all the information, but it is 1,000% out there. And then since I know when I was following Granny, she said, I never said that I had full-blown cancer until somebody found the clip where she says it. Absolutely does. And she did 3 separate fundraisers on it.
Why would you hurt somebody at that time? Such a terrible friend that I've shown up for one after another out here. Not because I'm trying to look some way to the internet, because it's what I choose to do. You mentioned people that you no longer see in my chat, or people that have mod wrenches. Yeah, some of them can't stand the people I actually like, but there's a difference. They can talk to me. And one of them that you mentioned has been struggling with major health issues. But
All right, I'll
here's
pull it up
the
after
thing.
this.
You wouldn't even know that, right? Because you didn't give a fuck to know.
Wow.
I don't expect my friends to like everybody I like. That's the difference between me and you. I've never tried to control who my friends like, dislike, sit with, anything. Just because you're my friend doesn't mean you can't be friends with XYZ. That's fucking childish and weird as fuck.
I agree with her on this 1,000%. It is very weird to say that you can't be friends with this or that. But then you also, in your same breath, want to say, oh, you sit with so-and-so. Okay. So if you're going to throw in Nanya's face who she sits with, you're kind of telling her, I don't like you because you are friends with this person. It's the exact same thing. That's what I want to know. Why would you even bring your friend who is fighting cancer into some stupid YouTube drama? I mean, she's got a lot more serious shit to worry about, absolutely, than that. And the reason that Granny was so angry at me is she thought that Allie and MJ had told me all this shit when Allie and MJ started coming around my channel, but no, they didn't. I did go to them later and ask for what went down because they were there, but no, they're not the ones who brought it to me. That's what I say. That's what I say. I don't know what Beeferg said to you. She said, let me see. What reputable doctor is going to tell you will get a will together before a biopsy was ever done? And this is what I say, JP, is that I'm guessing the nurse asked her, do you have a living will or an advance directive? Because they ask that every time I go to the doctor for a check-in. Now some hospitals apparently don't, because like Jones and Nunya had never heard of that, but like every time, even for a checkup, do you have a living will or directive? No. So it's just what they ask. And I think she took that as like something more like, oh, they even asked me if I had a will. Like they do that with everyone. That's what nurses are supposed to do.
I haven't talked about Amethyst at all. I blocked her after a lot of delusional shit I couldn't even understand. I will never regret ever helping her have her voice heard, because she's a victim and victims deserve to be heard. But it's fucking crazy to me that the very people who want supported and victims' voices to be heard are the very people who are okay with weaponizing somebody else's because they don't like them.
And then after this, she goes and supports Clue while Clue does that exact same thing. So again, ma'am, are you okay? Amethyst isn't even blocked. Oh my gosh. Yes, Stacy brought it up, not Angela. That's what I'm saying. Like every time I've ever been to the doctor, that's one of the questions they ask. Do you have a living will or directive? Which I do, and I recommend everyone have a will. Let's get that straight. I asked for the wrench to be taken. I told you I would not participate, but she's claiming that she blocked you and hasn't spoke on you. Mm. I did like Heels. I did like her as a person, and we were friends up until she died. And you're right. Nunya has spoken out about her. Johnson spoke out about her. I'm friends with Soup and Pearl, who I wouldn't say went well, they did go against her, exposed her blog and the things she said. And it was conversations that Heels and I had all the time about her blog. I don't know what that has to do with anything. But yes, you can be friends with people that have different opinions of others than you do. I got to know her. Do I think she was a racist woman? I do not. You'll never find anything of me out there saying she was a racist. Do I think her blog had a lot of racist undertones? Absolutely. And I had several conversations with her about that. Several. There's no denying it did. And I wish she wouldn't have gotten the bad advice she did on how to handle that situation, because I think I know it would have turned out completely different if she would have handled it differently, but she took the advice of others at that time.
So what is these 501c3s and 501c4s? Is there going to be qualifications? Well, let me see all your social media history, and we will see if we will support your endeavor if you are the perfect victim and haven't done XYZ. Is that what it's going to be? There's never going to be a perfect victim. But if the qualifications are as you need to act, behave, anything a certain way, well, fuck, oh dear. B-Fergs. I don't know if you haven't heard this yet or not. I don't know who gaslit you to believe that I took your wrench because you were in Jones, and that it never was stated anywhere ever. Not at all. I took a bunch of courtesy wrenches. That was all to that was it. That was all there was to it.
Nobody gaslit B Fergs into believing that. I don't even know anyone who talks with B Fergs, but she said this earlier in the soups that Beaver said, I put 2 and 2 together, that I joined Jones's membership and then my rent is gone the next day. But St. Nonsense of Arizona will have you believing that, oh, somebody gaslit her into believing that. There is no perfect victim is something I have said before, even meeting her, I am not a perfect victim. Exactly. That was what we were hearing from her last year without Borders, that she misunderstood what the doctors had told her. But now you got people coming in here saying that, oh, she really did have cancer. No, she didn't. Go listen to everything she said on it.
I don't know what caused anything with you, but that was truly all it was courtesy wrenches. I pulled some of them. I know KCG has said in chats that it was because you were in Jones. And how would fucking KCG, the very fucking person who reshared my fucking docs on X after I got doxxed by Molly Golightly, ever be privy to anything that goes on with my group of people?
KCG, you do not have access to the nonsense. But KCG did do this. She reshared her docs on Twitter, but KCG has apologized for it and Nonsense has forgiven her for it. But now we're going to throw that back out there. Taking notes from other creators.
Ever be privy to anything that goes on with my group of people? She wouldn't be, because I've never trusted that snake ass bitch.
Well, I know she's talked one time, B-Fergs, about how when she first came to YouTube, that there was a section of the OCDC or OGDC that, you know, befriended her, and, you know, she was in good with like Makeup Mobster and her channel and those people. And she even gave even gave some of them wrenches. That's how much or how close she became with them. So I assume that's where you got your wrench, but now it's a courtesy wrench. Now it's a courtesy wrench. Why? If you're not a creator, why would she give you a courtesy wrench? When she came here, modded up most. That's what I've heard and seen before. But those were just courtesy wrenches. Just courtesy wrenches.
I'll agree with you on one thing. BJ's having an anti-community form. Yeah, 100%.
And you're the
yes,
queen of the
I'm not a
antis.
huge fan of anti-communities. You're right. You're right. But BJ has done it herself. BJ's behavior is so egregious that it's caught attention of so many people. That's not my fault. Not at all. And again, just because she has caused this, you don't get to put it off on the rest of us. You guys can come out here and rewrite any fucking story you want at this point in time. I don't give a fuck. Because when you lost access to me,
there's that access again.
That was it. You're not thought of, you're not talked about unless you do something like you did yesterday. And then people get pissed.
Hang on, something else started. What is playing? Sorry. I was opening some of the clips on Granny and something else was playing. I couldn't get it out of my ear. I know you guys couldn't hear it. Not my fault, but let me make excuses while I lead the way. Listen, she's right. But why has Brittany gotten the attention of a lot of other people? Is my question. And a lot of it is, you know, things that have been perpetuated. There's a lot of things that I stand 1,000% beside them when they called it out on Brittany J. There's a lot of things that she's done that I don't agree with. But then there's other things that's just flat out nitpicking and farming for content. That's what it is. And a lot of you have done that. She is good trouble, and I really like Dutchie. I always have. And I think she's still in there. Good friends. I've seen her pop up in this chat as I've been watching it on Nonsense Screen. So I again, I don't put on others like who they're friends with. Like I have no issue with who she's friends with. None whatsoever. I stopped going into Nonsense's chat the day I told her how stupid she looked acting giddy and sitting in Jay's chat. Oof. She don't want to hear that. She thinks it's because somebody gaslit and manipulated you into believing something different. Oh, I didn't know that. Johnson typed in here that she was also in Clues. I did not know that. That's sad.
You mean nothing. Do I laugh a lot? Fuck yeah, I do.
Where?
Yeah, it creates a lot of fucking laughter for me, truly. Because I can go to bed every night and know that I treated every one of you with kindness and respect until you played fucking games in my face and I said enough.
We played games in her face. Don't anybody bring up Christmas around her. Listen, I don't know who played games in her face. I've never talked to Nonsense off platform. I don't think Johnson has either. But I've never played games in her face. I know it was a couple weeks ago, I think, when I think Nanya shared a clip with me about her saying like, "Oh, we got outraged about the Yep stuff." Like, why? Because you were getting so much of it wrong and running with misinformation, and that was frustrating. But show me where any games were played in your face. Just one. No. Yeah, we played we Jones and typing in the back. We played reindeer games. We joked around and had fun with the HOA stuff, but so did you, ma'am. You made a video on it. You know, you came in here and laughing and hollering, having a good time when Tracy would find you a bajillion dollars for every little thing you did. Like, it was all fun and games, and you know it, but it wasn't playing games in your face. Nobody had the reverse Uno, Cardell. She's playing some weird game of Twister.
Boo, never. Absolutely not. Nope. Never. Perfect asshole. Number one right here. No one's ever said that. But in these situations, I sure as fuck didn't do what has constantly been spinning.
Revival says, if you see this, B-Fergs, I've seen what you've said about me. Why? And I say the same back to nonsense right here. I'm not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I, fail and sin on the daily. We all do. We're all imperfect creatures. But I have not done any of the shit that you try to attach to me, whether it be directly or by proxy.
I blocked, deleted before I went to fucking Florida. And it is still being repeated. And you know how disappointing it is?
Pearl says the access thing is some grandiose bullshit. Refused to access sounds like something regarding getting a one-on-one chance to speak with a rock star, a sports star, royalty, the president, the pope, or a cult leader.
You know how disappointed it is when I came out here, yes, a voice changer and an avatar. So I was anonymous to begin with. I knew, though, I had always said that I'd get doxxed. It was only a matter of time. But these people, I thought, would stand on the shit that they did, right? These people told me if, they ever had something to say, they would stand on it. And then these people created ITAL to hide their hands and try to take out a person that they once sat next to and called a friend. Who needs friends?
Okay, so first of all, no one was trying to take anyone out. Like, who are we? Is this the fucking mafia? Is that what you're doing? Trying to take out Brittany J? Like, who's trying to take anyone out? Because if Clips using that creator's own words is going to take them out, then there'd be a lot of channels that were taken down by doing such. Another reason they wanted to create ITAL was because no one would have listened unbiasedly to the opinions or the facts laid out in that case or that situation. And again, I say to you, here, let me play it a little bit further because she says this.
To take out a person that they once sat next to and called a friend. Who needs friends like that when they're sitting there collecting on you to use it against you? Because they know they're going to fall out. And if you think anybody else is any different, trust and believe. You know how disappointing.
Nobody collected shit on Queen Bee to use because we knew we were going to fall out. Everything in there, with the exception of 2 screenshots that Joneson went back and found later, were already said publicly on multiple panels. The screenshots between Queen and Aileen were taken off of Laura's channel. The screenshots of an open Discord or of, again, there was just 2 screenshots that were private comments. And did I agree with it? No, didn't at all. But the point remains, everything else was already out there publicly, and we said this shit on our own channels too. But obviously it was received differently, us saying it versus people listening to an anonymous clip channel. And you know that too well because you were one as well. Because people have a tendency to listen harder when it's not coming directly from someone that is against that person. Plain and simple. But I don't know where you get this weird, take out shit. Like, who trying to take someone out? I was on the grassy knoll. I was the third shooter, second shooter, whatever it is. It's just wild.
Disappointing that was. Super disappointing.
And you knew long before this,
I
like
thought
you're acting like you just found out some brand new information. Nah, you knew who it was, and you were still in our chat. So stop. Well, she wasn't fucking up Miss America. It's just she was the one who did have a personal relationship with it. And I said at the time, like, no, that stuff's not online. I don't think it should be included, but it is what it is. But 2 screenshots out of all that content, everything else is things that were said on YouTube. And again, things that we had talked about on our own panels and platforms. Instead, it was just wrapped with a little bow into a short little clip because people have a tendency to listen to that more than a long live stream. But no, take it out. You're just messed up in the head.
I thought they were big bad bitches that would own their shit, right?
Are you a big bad bitch that will own her shit? You gonna tell all these people that you're talking shit about behind the scenes? You gonna tell it to their faces, or are you just gonna continue talking shit about it behind the scenes? Because aren't you a big bad bitch who's gonna own her shit? You gonna tell Queen Bee what you really think of her? Doubt it. I doubt it at all. Not why her chat sits in your chat. Nope, you're not gonna say that.
Big bad bitches, right?
Yeah, she's gonna pretend like it's bad because she supported it.
There's a few things that will never be the same on. If I considered you a friend at any point in time, you don't get turned into content unless I'm responding to the fucking bullshit and lies. It's funny to me that some of you sit here and smile in the face.
Like right now.
Family, all
What'd you say?
Like right now.
I know. I know. This is the mellow. Yes, this is where we get the intensity of Saint Nonsense. Here it comes.
Sit here and smile in the face and say, "Oh, I cared so much about her family, all this shit." Really? Seems pretty convenient that you can concoct and create all these lies. I don't need you to care about my family. Unlike some of you that didn't raise your children, I'm capable of taking care of my own.
See these like throwing out these little pebbles in the pond? I don't know who she's talking about there, but the person she's talking to knows. But I don't know who hasn't raised their own kids, and why she thinks that that's something to use against another person is beyond me.
And I said what the fuck I said. Talk all you want. But at the end of the day, I've seen all I needed to see. The fact that you guys are playing semantics and trying to fucking sweep up for somebody because you are trying to use somebody's trauma against them because you don't like them on the internet.
First of all, I don't know who she's talking to. Who's trying
The
to sweep
fuck
for
is she
anyone?
talking about?
I don't know. Who's sweeping for anyone? Because I haven't seen anyone sweep. You'll have people come here and say, "Oh, you excuse this on BJ." We'll be like, "Nope, that shit was wrong." "Oh, you excuse this on this person." "Nope, that shit is wrong." Where's the sweeping? But I have heard her do a lot of sweeping for Cluminati. A lot of sweeping. A lot of sweeping for Granny. So I think this is
At this point, she's mopping.
She's mopping for sure. Mm-mm-mm.
That's gross.
You are gross.
I wouldn't want to sit by you any way, shape, or form in any potential victim advocacy that you think you're going to do, you've already ruined it on your own. Because if you have a qualification of who can be a victim and it starts with who you like or dislike for words on the internet, well,
Girl, I think she's talking to Amethyst here. Amethyst is doing real things behind the scenes and getting real things changed. Nonsense is not. She's too busy, summing up part 673 on, why Brittany J farted yesterday. She's the lead reporter for the BNN. And but let's just replay that one more time. The whole audacity of if you get to determine who's a victim or not, and then right after this goes and shames another victim.
going to do, you've already ruined it on your own. Because if you have a qualification of who can be a victim and it starts with who you like or dislike for words on the internet, well, I'll be fucking darned. You don't sound far off from Joseph Lesniak. Go to their social media. Make sure that you find anything to discredit them. Provocative clothing. My words might be harsh today.
No, your words are nonsensical, ma'am. JB said, girl, a few of us have seen what nonsense is working on behind the scenes, and it's nothing to do with anything good. It's nothing to do with any victims awareness or any of that bullshit. No, ma'am, no.
She's a silly willy.
Let me play it for you, Pearl. Let me play that for you. Ooh. Yep. Take several seats down and to the left. But she sounds so big and bad here. And, her followers are just like, oh, this is it. She's calling out the fuck shit. And they have no clue what she's actually calling out because she's not even explaining any of it. She's just giving herself this appearance of being bigger and better, and that she's dealt with Amethyst, she's dealt with Beef Yerg, she's dealt with Nani and all these people behind the scenes. No.
That's that clue effect, baby.
Behind the scenes, guess what? There's some bushes behind those scenes too. You're right, Kim. I know. Where's the provocative clothing come from? They do this. I said it sounded like she practiced this in the mirror before she went live, or maybe she was just standing in front of it. It was so intense. I didn't see it 6 up, but if one of the mods see it, yes, please delete that because that's not right at all. We do not stand for that. Thank you, Grandma.
I mean every fucking bit of it. Because I didn't know there had to be qualifications of a fucking opinionated group of bitches that stand for fucking nothing besides constant harm and hurt of people they once considered friends. When you have done.
Okay, I know she's not talking to me here because I never considered any of those people my friends, but where's the constant, listen to this intensity, y'all. Like, she's so serious.
Every fucking bit of it.
Oh, I didn't go back.
Clothing. Make sure that you find anything to discredit them. Provocative clothing.
Provocative? How does provocative clothing discredit someone? What the
That dog is probably so confused.
That dog is like, shut up, ma'am. What are you talking about? Listen, Islander Davidians, listen closely.
My words might be harsh today. I mean every fucking bit of it. Because I didn't know there had to be qualifications of a fucking opinionated group of bitches that stand for fucking nothing besides constant harm and hurt of people they once considered friends. When you have done the harm and the hurt to these people, not me.
Huh. Never mind.
I've told you all from day one, if I'm getting under skin,
That okay,
I'm
that didn't even make any sense. Let's listen to it again. It doesn't even make
That's
sense.
what I was gonna say, B. Like she's saying that we're the people out here hurting friends, but then she says you. I don't know. It's very weird.
We're gonna slow it down. We'll slow it down. I don't even know what she's saying here. Well, welcome to the shit show, Chasing.
because I didn't know there had to be qualifications of a fucking opinionated group of bitches that stand for fucking nothing besides constant harm and hurt of people they once considered friends, when you have done the harm and the hurt to these people, not me.
What the fuck is
So
she?
who is she talking to us or not? I'm so confused.
She like changes it halfway through. Who the constant hurt and victimhood of these people when you are the one who have hurt these people. Nunya says, for the record, I stand with every victim, not just the ones I like. Hence the support of Veda, Clue, Brittany J, Queen, Fur Baby, every one of them. Bet she can't say the same. That dog was mad. It was big mad.
That dog said, "Take a Xanax, Mom." Jesus.
But Nunya, how dare you try to decide who was a victim? You can't determine if Veda was the victim or not. That's not on you. Man. Oh, please don't. Yeah, please don't say she. I don't know if she drinks or not. That's none of our business. I don't think so. But we can laugh at the cringiness and the intensity of this, but man, this is wild. I say that too much.
Well, it is wild.
We're playing.
I've told you all from day one.
Oh, here we
if
go.
I'm getting under skin.
Getting under skin. What the hell is that? But here. Listen up, Islander Davidians. Listen closely. She's told us from day one.
What? Why you Islander Davidian? Nah. That's as bad as jarring nonsense. I cannot. Oh my God.
Tell me it's not true.
Help us, baby Jesus. Help us, Tom Cruise.
Oh my goodness. Here we go. Listen up.
Lord.
Listen up. Which one of you bitches put out the job notice? Grandiose guru type required to get under skin. Look what you did. They said they were victims, and I believe victims. I don't question people's stories. I respect it's their journey, and some are for the courts to decide. Absolutely. And like I was saying to Truth earlier up on that panel, like we also we don't know why a person recants their story or doesn't want to press charges. We don't know those things. So it's not for us to determine. And that doesn't mean, oh, she's not a victim anymore. My skin is my safe place. Stay out of my skin. Yes, please. Jesus is gone. He's left the building, Chasing. He said, nope. He noped right out of it. Noped right out of it. Yeah, I think she's sober too. Yeah, please don't mention or talk about her drinking if she does, or what she may or may not look like. That's not what we do over here. So, and thankfully the mods, they know that and they're on top of it. So much appreciated.
I've told you all from day one, if I'm getting under skin, I'm doing my job. I'm getting under fucking skin.
Everybody guard your skin. Nonsense is here. She's gonna get under it. I know it sounds like chiggers, Grain, you're right. Chiggers get under your
Yeah,
skin and they itch.
but she really thinks this. She really
She
thinks that
does.
she's getting under people's skin.
Hmm. I guarantee you she goes to bed at night just like, oh, I know I got to those bitches. I know that they're just they're thinking of me when they're sleeping. Blah, blah.
No,
No.
ma'am. No, ma'am.
The only reason I know this is because Soup played it and then she was nice enough to send it to me without the commentary. Other than that, a lot of people don't think of it at all. I had 6 months of people getting under my skin. You're not special.
For
Yeah. She has. Who gave her access to our skin? Not access to the skin.
my skin would be way too big for her. She needs to just
You know
stop.
what's getting under her skin, though? Comments by others in chats, like the ones about B-Fergs, which is why she brought it up here.
Yeah.
Nunya's live streams going over the history of her and their group and all that. Amethyst talking in chats, discussing it. That's what's getting under somebody's skin nonsense. So much so that they've went on a 15-minute diatribe about it with the intensity level of someone otherworldly.
I heard her say, she wouldn't have done this if Nunya wouldn't have done what she did. And my question was, what did Nunya do? What did Nunya do?
I don't know. What did you do? Oh, the Christmas Carol! The Christmas Carol!
Yeah, we play reindeer games, girl.
I don't know. What did Nunya do?
She played her word. That's it. That's all.
Well, that can't be because Nunya is a thin-skinned bitch because she can't stand on her own words.
Yeah, well, Nonsense loves to tell Brittany, you can't be mad. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. I'm just playing your own words. Well, hello.
Yeah, community tea, those screenshots that her friends run back to her with completely out of context. I think those are getting under her skin, that's for sure. Yes, Kate the bestest. The Christmas Carol.
My job's done. And now, Clue, are you set up? Are you set up and ready to go?
She was trying to redirect to Clue, knowing what Clue was going to do.
How y'all gonna come out here and prove your coordinated effort and then be shocked when people put your coordinated effort?
Say it ain't so.
You gotta get that redirect in, man. Yes, protect your skin at all costs. Which I can make some great recommendations to y'all if you need some skin protection. But
now I want to clarify, she didn't redirect because it wouldn't let her, but she was trying to.
Oh my God. JP said, nonsense, Applewhite over here, just preparing the island for the next level spaceship. I can't. Yeah, that was a huge change in her voice, Amethyst. Let's go back and hear that. Like the intensity level kind of was like, Clue, you ready? You ready, Clue?
I'm getting under fucking skin. My job's done. And now, Clue, are you set up?
Oof, that's like some Jekyll and
Are you set up and ready to go?
That is some Jekyll. Like, tell me you're not having some fake outrage voice right there. Oh, Clue, you ready? You ready?
Oh, nutter butter.
Very angry. Very angry. Nunya, put on a hoodie. Nonsense is coming for your skin. Like skinwalkers out here. Lord Jesus. It's like when your mom yells at you as a kid, and then gets a phone call and she's eyeing you with the death threat, but she's talking all sweet on the phone.
Yeah, she puts that customer service voice on. Hey, how are you?
Is our leader ready to go live?
All hail the
Let me
Cramaland.
send the masses over to you. Oh my gosh, it's wild. She's very angry.
Fuck yeah, Ava. Yeah, you can.
Trying to sleep.
Perfect.
Anytime, Leo.
I appreciate you guys listening to my harsh words today.
They weren't harsh, they were dumb.
My choice language of the C word because I'm proving a point.
Oh, we can use the word cunt if we're proving a point. Okay.
Yep.
I was just proving a point. That's the reason I said cunt. Okay. I'm sorry for my harsh words. They weren't harsh. They're just intense and stupid.
My choice language of the C word because I'm proving a point. People will get real pressed about me using the C word and miss the memo of the message.
Right?
You know, the C word
Nanya?
makes them clutch their pearls, but re-victimize.
Who? Okay. I don't use the word cunt when talking to another woman. I do think it's derogatory to call another woman a cunt. But
Oh, I
man,
love it. It's my favorite word.
it doesn't clutch your pearls. You're fine with it. You use it. It doesn't clutch Nunya's pearls because she spoke out like, no, it's just another word. To me, I don't personally use it. I don't like it. And I said this on a panel and had a woman come after me for it. In my opinion, it's no different than calling a person a bitch or a whore or any of that other stuff. They're all wrong in the context in which you're using them. So don't use it. But nobody's clutching their pearls over the word cunt. I mean, Pearl did a whole dang video on what a cunt is. And then he says, yo, stitching. I still don't give a fuck about being called a cunt. I'm a strong cunt. Like, that's what I'm saying. Who's over here clutching their pearls that she used the word cunt?
That's another nutter butter.
I don't
Or
know. Like, right. Who? Nobody cares. People in your chat might care. Nobody cares. You said what you said.
Victimizing and shaming victims seems to be some clutch their pearls, but re-victimizing and shaming victims seems to be acceptable these days.
So we're clutching our pearls, yes, over the word cunt, but it's okay to re-victimize and shame victims. And right after this, she directed her whole chat to go listen to a victim be re-victimized and shamed. Make it make sense. Yeah, that's what it was, Jenny, is Glare called Nunya a cunt and the Hive got outraged about it. And that went down on my panel where Nunya came up and she's like, look, I'm not even mad. I went up and provoked 2 angry drunk men. I knew that something was going to be said to me, but let me tell you, nobody was clutching their pearls about it. Can we say your mother's a whore? No. I don't know who's ill. Yeah, that's true, Captain Avi, when she threw out her friend's illness as like it was some reason that Amethyst did something wrong. They do a lot of shielding, don't they? She does a lot of shielding, doesn't she?
I never once got on this app and pretended to be something I'm not. Not one.
Ma'am, this whole intense live stream is you pretending to be something you're not. I don't think this is who she is as a person. I don't. I think it's playing it up for those she sits with, in quotes, at the moment. I don't think this is who she is.
Not once. I'm as fucked up and flawed as everybody else. But one thing I've never been is shitty to people I care about. Some of you, I just don't give a fuck about anymore.
That's not what those DMs say.
Right. Right. Can we say eat a duck? Yes, we could say eat a duck. A big fat bag of ducks. Eat all the ducks. Oh my gosh, I need another pib. This is wild. People get more angry about a man using that word. Women call other women it all the time, and that's somehow acceptable, right? I laughed so hard and it bothered me. Zilch zero, not at all. Yeah. Can scorpions get rabies? I have no idea. I have no idea. It all goes down in the DMs, Shady. Or in the dirty discords that you're not a part of. No, you're not a part of the dirty discords, but you got some dirty DMs being spread around out there, ma'am. Like this is YouTube. Did we forget this is YouTube? This is an app. Close it out, ma'am. Close it. Come on. Right? Our DMs lately have been a lot of videos of my little grandson doing the craziest things. Would using a voice changer count as something you're not? Good question, B Fergs. Good question. All right, I'm gonna run and grab a drink, and then we'll walk through just one of the scammers that you sit with. And again, I don't like to throw that in people's faces. I don't think she's responsible for the people that she hangs out with. But if you're gonna throw that in Nenya's face and weaponize it against her, well, let's just show who you sit with, okay? I'll be right back. Let me see. Jonathan's busy, so let me find something to play you guys. Here, I'll just go to JP's channel. She always has something funny.
Granny's watching.
Oh, here we go. That's all I need is a minute.
Never gonna be a problem, right? Condoning fucking polygamy by Bible verses from Chat EBT. Never gonna be a problem getting caught listening to porn in the middle of Bible study. Never gonna be a fucking problem.
The problem is when you have people going live day in and day out trying to rip somebody apart because we have an opinion. That's not right.
I mean, where do you draw the line, right?
Exactly.
I mean, if this is okay, the next case it'll be worse, and it's just going to keep getting worse. And
don't forget, these pieces of shit are fighting for the right to continue to kick victims and their families at their worst time. That's all they're fighting for. BJ
So are you.
doesn't want to have to be a functioning member of society and get an actual fucking job. She calls it a professional career to kick victims at their worst time.
So does Granny.
people from the outsiders are like, oh, it's no big deal because you don't speak up. So you have to speak up, or else the next person's not going to speak up. And it's going to just.
And that's exactly what we're fucking doing, chasing crime. We're speaking up. People like this are shit stains in society. And that's what it is. You're welcome. We're speaking up. Thank you for the permission.
To get worse for the next person.
Blaze, I'm so freaking done with you. This is not funny. You're always so mean to me all the time. Like, what do I do to you? Like, you embarrass me all the time. You act like a 5-year-old. Like, what's the problem here? Like, you're so mean to me all.
Oh my god.
I don't know, beautiful disaster. I don't even know what they're talking about with him. With the porn. Sorry. Thank you for typing it that way, because they will catch it in a chat. But
they were saying that you could hear it in the background. Like Brittany J went to him and was like, "Are you watching porn?" Or you can. That people are saying in the comments that you can hear the porn. Or something. Yeah.
Oh no, a man watching porn. And they're all in the privacy of their own home. He
Well, he
was on
was
a
talking about
tablet
scriptures.
listening. Oh, jeez. Okay. Man, listen, they listen hard for a lot of shit, but if he got caught with porn, he got caught with porn.
Yep.
It didn't sound like porn to me. It sounded like he was scrolling on TikTok to find a video and it was something. Oh, I didn't even hear. I don't know. You're gonna have to shame a lot of people. I don't watch porn, but I know a lot of people do. You'll be shaming a lot of people for watching porn.
You should pull up her the stream she did and keyword search spineless or no backbone or
I don't know
something
how
like
to
that and
do
see what she
that.
said.
Hang on. Let me try. I don't know how to do that.
Well, the first thing you want to do is go to the channel and then go to more under her description and scroll down to transcript.
Which one? Today's live stream?
No, the second one.
Y'all still in denial, that one?
Yep.
Okay. Then go to the transcript. Here it is. Okay. Now what?
Once the transcript's up, hit Control F.
Control F. Nothing
and
happened.
it'll pop up. For real?
Control F. I think we had this last time because I'm on a Mac. Like, isn't there something else you have to put in on a Mac?
Oh, I have no idea. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't know what you do. I can't search. Is it Command F or Option F? Yeah, I don't know what it is. Let me see if the chat knows what it would be. Anybody know how to do that search thing on a MacBook? Why? I don't. He says it's a religious life. If people are going to watch things about God, do you think they would? No, I don't think so. Was he well, okay? So I've heard two different things. Was he doing a live stream and he was watching porn while he was doing a live stream, or was Brittany doing a live stream and she went over to him and people heard porn?
No, it was him doing a live stream, and Brittany
Okay.
said that people in his chat were saying they heard or something like that.
It's not Command F or oh wait, I was doing Control F. Let me try Command F. Sorry. Oh, there it is. Okay, what am I searching, Jonathan?
Look in, hold on, what was her keyword? Spineless.
Spineless. Thin skin, spineless. Is this where the papers are? Like when she talks about
I don't know. There's a couple of them, though.
There's that one. Oh, I lost it. There's out here, thin skin, spineless. Here, I'll just go to these two and you can tell me if this is what you were wanting us to hear.
Hours so you can talk your fucking shit.
Oh my
Does
God.
that mean you can
What the heck is wrong?
Yep, there it is. That's what I was looking. Whoop, there it is.
My goodness. The intensity level on that.
fucking bushes? You're all there too. In fact, you all watch harder and fucking salivate over the shit going on more than most of us. You know exactly what's going on because you're there. So while you're pointing fingers at us for taking part or
Nope. I am absolutely not there. Not watching any of it.
being in a chat, just remember you're there too. So does that mean that because you're there watching or, listening to it on a Discord call for 12 hours so you can talk your fucking shit, does that mean you condone and
None of you have been streamed in any Discord I'm a part of. What is she talking about? On a Discord call for 12 hours. Oh, I wonder
you
when she
get
got that one
streamed.
out, Dunya.
So you get streaming. Fucking Discord. Bam!
Now there
Bam!
was one live stream that got streamed in Jones's Discord, but only about 15 minutes of it got streamed before we were all like, what the fuck is wrong with this woman? So if the person you asked or got that information from was being honest with you, they would tell you it wasn't 12 hours, girl. It was maybe 20 minutes, if that. Get your information straight.
Never.
And agree with everything said. Fuck out of here. Fucking thin-skinned, fucking spineless cunts. No, you're right. That's why I told her. I was like, she's like, why does that matter? Why does that anybody?
That's pure gold, baby. Chef's kiss. Thank you.
Let me hear that again. Are you all right?
No, she's fine.
Agree with everything said. Fuck out of here. Fucking thin-skinned, fucking spineless cunts. No, you're right. That's why I told her. I was like, coddle and agree with everything said. Fuck out of here. Fucking thin-skinned, fucking spineless cunts.
It never gets old.
Who got into nonsense of skin? Who?
I'm making that my membership audio.
Fucking thin-skinned, spineless cunts. Like
Every single one of them that joined, that's what they're gonna get.
I cannot even make my voice that intense. Let me go back and play this again.
You condone and coddle and agree with everything said. Fuck out of here. Fucking thin-skinned, fucking spineless cunts. No, you're right. That's why I told her.
Fucking thin-skinned, fucking spineless cunts. Like, this is so intense.
It will never get old. I swear to God. That soundbite will never get old.
Right, Mindy, right? Like, sometimes you don't agree with even your own self. Oh, but for Stacy, we're going to go over this next. Let's see. This is part 1. I don't know if this has all the receipts in it. It's been a while since I looked at these receipts, but I don't think they're all in one video, but we'll walk through it.
Let's have a conversation. And I just want to say this too, because I wasn't going to tell anybody this, because it's nobody's business, but I was just diagnosed with cervical cancer, okay? If you think YouTube is on my fucking mind, and not what would happen to me if I fucking die tomorrow, what would happen to my kids, you're mistaken.
Okay, she was diagnosed. So on April 9th of 2022, Granny was diagnosed or announced that she had full-blown cervical cancer. There's actually a screenshot of her community post before. See if I can find that. This is on April the 9th.
If you think that you're entitled to my personal time when I'm live off YouTube, you are mistaken. Sadly mistaken. I got bigger
when I'm gone.
YouTube or a fucking person's feelings. Ask Angela, okay? Ask Amanda. I texted them yesterday and said to them, this is what I just got diagnosed with. I don't know what I'm going to do. And I didn't respond back because I logged the fuck off and I spent that time with my kids.
So she's saying that on April 8th, she got diagnosed with it. But before that, there's a community post where she says she has it.
But if you think that I don't have a real life happening outside of YouTube, you are mistaken. If you think that the only thing I have in my life going on is YouTube, you are mistaken. If you think the only thing I care about at the end of the day is some grown woman's feelings, you are mistaken. And I'm sorry that you feel this way, but you don't know me. I spend 90% of my day in writing other people's problems, 90% of it. You don't know the emails I respond to, the people I help on a daily. You have no idea what I do. If I get a text from you and I don't see it and I don't respond to it, you don't go run into a chat room about it. I'm 33 years old. I have 2 kids. I'm a single parent. Okay? You tell me at the age of 33, some of you weren't making mistakes. Some of you weren't learning to live. Learning, what's okay, what isn't. I'll put proof up. I need to put proof up. Anybody needs proof that I have. That's what I mean. This is how entitled people are to you, though. Like, you're so.
And she did put the proof up. And then she later went and screamed that it was, did you have to play from Angela's shorts? Okay, let me pull that up. If you want to come up, Allie, go ahead. But I'll pull that in a second because I know there's a community post where she commented on it. But at 33, you should also know better than to not scam in the name of cancer.
So entitled. You're entitled. No, Kim. It was 2019. It actually progressed already. It's full blown.
So she was saying that she was diagnosed in 2019, but it has now progressed to full-blown cervical cancer. Let's hear that one more time.
Are to you though. Like you're so entitled. You're entitled. No, Kim. It was 2019. It actually progressed already. It's full blown. Yeah. I didn't. The only person I said it right after I got the diagnosis. I wrote into the chat room and I left. Nobody else heard from me. So if you're as a grown person crying in another chat room that you didn't get my personal time, again, you ever consider what I'm going through on my personal time?
Full blown.
That's what I mean. This is how entitled people are to you though. Like you're so entitled. You're entitled. No, Kim. It was 2019. It actually progressed already. It's full blown. Yeah. I didn't. The only person I said.
Oh, here's the community post right there. Even at 2 a.m. in a basement after being diagnosed with cervical cancer and dealing with shameless harassment of the pieces of shit like you all, I still look better than yous. Don't worry, I'll be camming up properly to shut you all down. Ain't no shame in my game or who or what I am.
Still ain't seen her whole forehead yet.
I don't care about her forehead.
No, I'm just talking shit.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, then let me go over here to part 2.
Symptoms says genital warts.
Right. Both forms of HPV, and there's only a handful that cause.
It was to deflect from that cam slip and from the trauma diary of Natasha Cooper's niece. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Zen. Fuck the foreheads. We ain't shaming foreheads up in here, Jonesin. You want to cut your forehead off, girl? You do that. I would too. I'd like to. I should, man. I really should.
No, you should not. No, you should not.
Shame. No shame in that. Yeah, the trauma diary. So nothing was done. Well, let's keep listening, Green, because I know this one's gonna piss you off too. And if anyone who has lost a loved one from cervical cancer, like I have, or if you've ever had cancer, this is gonna piss you off.
Yep. Right there you saw a symptom. Cervical cancer. Dumbasses.
No, idiot.
Does anyone in chat or either of you know exactly what Gma supposedly said, since she's the one who released this information first?
I have no idea.
She was leaving Granny's, but I don't know why she left.
Because I read earlier somewhere, I can't remember where, that she didn't even, and I don't know if this is true. I read earlier.
The Gmail is the mod Jess lied on, saying Gmail put out that Jess was diagnosed with cancer, but she did not say that. Nobody would have known anything if Jess didn't share.
Somewhere, I can't remember where, that she didn't even, and I don't know if this is true. I'm just saying what I read.
No, it was not vaginal warts, and I please don't put that in here because I think like she does run with that a lot. She ended up being diagnosed with HPV, which can be serious, which can lead to cervical cancer, but it's not cervical cancer. There are many different strains of HPV, and not all of them lead to cervical cancer.
That Gmod never actually said anything about Granny having cancer, that she just said that she was sick and needed thoughts and prayers or something to that effect. And Granny's the one who then went live and went off the handle about it, pretty much, you know.
Well, I'm not surprised.
Kiki said, I do, drama divides. Okay, what did she say? What did she say, Kiki?
But she asked for prayer warriors.
But to be all dramatic, like, oh, she has an STD. You're stupid. You haven't seen your vagina in fucking years, dude.
Stupid.
And I do agree. There should be no shaming of having HPV. A lot of people have or can contract HPV, but there's no reason to shame her for that. There's also no reason to lie and say you have cervical cancer when you don't.
Besides, you get your scratches sniff live, right? That was a yeast infection, honey.
Oh,
She's so vile, and I'm so sick of her doing this to people that I'm so thankful that news article guy said put together something, because not only am I going to put together something and send it to him, but I'm sending it to every news station around.
Yep. Oh yeah, Jess, this is it now.
Oh
This is it.
yeah,
You crossed
this
the
is
huge
it.
line. And then to call my doctor's office to impersonate me, the fuck is dare you?
You know what? That is a very human interest story for any publication. Somebody actually publicly telling a woman with cancer that she's a liar, and then all those people who sat there and ripped
A
Jess to
human
bits and
interest.
It's going to be a human interest story that someone told someone publicly that they're a liar when they have cancer. You know what is human interest
Oopsie.
story? Cancer scammers. They've made
Yeah.
documentaries on them. Some
Faking
of the
cancer.
worst cancer scammers have had documentaries made on them. Absolutely. Did someone call her doctor's office? I don't know. I just know that the report that she ended up putting out, she put it out.
story last night. She should have said, no, I'm not putting that public.
Yep.
You imagine this was done to her?
Wow, could you even fathom? She'd be up here.
WCD so after the people of social media.
Okay, Kiki, I did know it was okay. Yeah, Tick Turtle's chat and said everyone pay for Granny because she got bad results today at the doctor. So she's blaming, because we all know she doesn't take accountability and she always tries to blame someone else. So she's trying to blame Gma. She's trying to blame Gma for this when it was her that said when it was her.
I just
I'll find that too.
Oh, how many fundraisers would there have been already?
There's a
Yep.
screenshot.
Well,
in
I'll be
this
having a
one.
fundraiser to fly out to Florida and make it to the news when they go into areas.
Yeah.
Dummies.
So here's two of the fundraisers posted. One to fly to Florida and one to, I'm guessing, take Natasha Cooper down.
And I hope, again, anybody in this chat
Report.
room who has ever been a victim of Natasha Cooper's. Yep. Well, I'll be having a fundraiser to fly out to Florida and make it to the news when they go into areas.
Yeah.
Dummies. And I hope, again, anybody in this
Okay, and then I've got this video. It's only 3 minutes, and then I'll go check out. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've looked at all these receipts. There was a video out here that had it really laid out with tons of receipts.
And I just want to say this too, because I wasn't going to tell anybody this because it's nobody's business. But I was just diagnosed with cervical cancer. Okay? Do you think YouTube is on my fucking mind? And now what would happen to me if I fucking die tomorrow? What would happen to my kids? You're
Okay, she was just diagnosed with it. This is on April the 9th.
mistaken. If you think that you're entitled to my personal time when I'm logged off YouTube, you are mistaken. Sadly mistaken. I got bigger things happening in life that don't concern YouTube or a fucking person's feelings. Ask Angela, okay? Ask Amanda. My testing yesterday said to them, this is what I just got diagnosed with. I don't know what I'm going to do. And I didn't respond back because I logged the fuck off and I spent that time with my kids.
Yes, well.
I'll put proof up. I need to put proof up. Anybody needs proof?
She was just diagnosed with it, but if you remember from that previous clip, she said she's had it since 2019 and it is now full-blown cervical cancer. So which is it? Which was it?
That's what I mean. This is how entitled people are to you, though. Like, you're so entitled. You're entitled. No, Kim, it was 2019. It actually progressed already. It's full-blown. Yeah.
And I didn't say I had full-blown cancer. I said I went to my doctor's office. They said I have cervical cancer. Not full-blown cancer, cervical.
No, Kim, it was 2019. It actually progressed already. It's full-blown. Yeah.
Never backtracked. Never backtracked. I never said, when I sent that to Tammy that I had full-blown cancer, I said I just went to the doctor today for a pap smear, and they said that I have cervical cancer, and they proceeded to give me testing to get done to see if I have it. That's what the fuck.
But that's not what she said. She said she had full-blown cancer.
I said. And they said that I have cervical cancer, and they proceeded to give me testing to get done to see if I have it. That's what the fuck I said.
Me too, Zen.
So what happened was I went to the doctor because I was having extreme bleeding. It was my mods, my friends, that told me I need to go to the doctor as soon as possible. I called. They got me in the next day. I went in. During the pap smear, she said to me, "Bunny, your cervix is fried." The slightest touch and it bleeds. I think you have cancer.
No nurse is going to tell you this, which is what I have heard her since say. No OBGYN right there in the doctor's office is going to tell you this either. You have to go have testing done before they would even make such a claim, because there is no reason they wouldn't fuck with their own Hippocratic oath and do such a thing. There is no reason for them to get their patient. I have no idea what a fried cervix is, JP, but they have no reason to get their patient all worked out before you even see an oncologist. But she's just out here. Yeah, she had an abnormal pap, absolutely. And so many of us do. So many women do. That's normal. And then you go on for further testing. Mm-hmm.
We're going to order you for testing for cancer. She told me to make sure I have a will. I'm a single parent.
So a doctor told her to make sure she has a will, even though that doctor did not diagnose her with cancer. They wouldn't have the capabilities in their office to diagnose you with cancer. Seriously.
Okay? You tell me at the age of 33, some of you weren't making mistakes. Some of you weren't learning, what's okay, what isn't. I'll put proof up. I need to put proof up. Anybody needs proof that I have. That's what I mean. This is how entitled people are to you, though. Like, you're so entitled. You're entitled. No, Kim. It was 2019. It actually progressed already. It's full blown. Yeah.
2019, and it's progressed to full blown. But she was just tested in 2022 and diagnosed with, like, you can't make this make sense.
The only person I said it right after the diagnosis. I ran into the chat room and I left. Nobody else heard from me.
So I'm really confused. My doctor just called, right? And they said that the biopsy is the one came back cancerous, but that is benign. And that there's nothing that we're not going to do anything about it. We're going to have another checkup in 6 months. So I'm really confused. My doctor just called, right? And they said that the biopsy is the one came back cancerous, but that is benign. And that there's nothing that we're not going to do anything about it. We're going to have another checkup in 6 months.
I'm guessing that there was some precancerous cells they found, but they were benign, and so they wanted to keep an eye on it and go back and do testing. Either way, on 4/9/22, when you claimed to the world you had full-blown cervical cancer and it had progressed from 2019, you didn't. I don't think she's confused at all. I think she got stuck in a jam because she had that cam slip. Let me find that community post again, which was before she came out and said this. The very first mention of her having cancer was this community post when she had a cam slip when she was on a panel. And she came out and said, look, even after being diagnosed with cervical cancer, I look better than all yous. And then she goes to the doctor. Then she has a pap smear. And then it turns into full-blown cancer. But it wasn't. What did test say? For context, the day after they found cancer in my endometrial lining, I had a full hysterectomy. My friend did too. My friend Paula, she had a full hysterectomy. It was 2 days after they found cancer, but yeah. It's what I think. Just she got caught up and she lied and she continued to lie and go along with it. But the fact remains, you spoke too much and you got caught in your lie. And then the diaries and all that. And I didn't find this out until, gosh, it was after I knew about her. It was after she came up here on the panel, right after she got her RO. And people have been sending me emails of clips and stuff, and I just ignored them. And then it came out again that she said the token blackie thing. And I asked her in her chat, like, where can I find the apology? Because I believe she apologized. So I was like, where can I find that? Because people had been bringing it up. And I just wanted to disprove to them that, like, look, maybe she fucked up, but she apologized. And she lost her shit on me, then went over to the jerks and lost her shit on me. So then I looked at some of the clips that were sent to me. And guess what? It kept going and going and getting worse and worse. And then I asked Allie and MJ. And she'll come out here thinking that Allie and MJ were just, all behind the scenes telling me all this and that about her. They were not. No, and I found that too, just a gal. She didn't apologize for that comment. She made a very quick, when someone was able to direct me to it, it was I'm sorry you took it this way. That's what it ended up being. I'm sorry you took it to mean this. But I think she gets off a lot of times by playing the like, oh, I didn't know, I misunderstood. And, I misunderstood what the doctors told me. And I didn't understand. You're a 33-year-old woman. There is no way and there's no way a doctor told you have full-blown cancer. For one, they would have told you have an abnormal pap. We need to do a scope, which is what they ended up doing based on the words that she said in that clip of like, oh, this came back and it's benign. You can't fool people who have gone through this, who have dealt with this situation and knows what it looks like when you go to a doctor's appointment and they tell you something isn't right here. We need to go and check it out here. Because then you go on to a specialist. Then you go on to someone else. There's no way any doctor out there is going to say shit like that to you. But you're trying to fool those who haven't been to an oncologist, who haven't dealt with doctors giving them this harsh news. And thank God you didn't get news like that. Thank God. Here's the one. I think this is the one that... Which one? I know that one's about me. I don't know if it's this one.
Here's
or
the thing:
other one.
scraping of cervix, and that's different. That is removing the potential for. I actually have cancerous. I have cancer cells. I have cancer. It's not like a matter of like, let's get rid of it because it's precancerous. No, this is cancer. So now what they have to see if it's a spread to any other.
Well, I take my words back. I didn't even hear this one. So no, it couldn't even have been like, oh, they thought, they think I have precancerous cells. No, she's claiming something completely different. Damn.
Any other part of my body. Here's the thing: scraping of cervix, and that's different. That is removing the potential for. I actually have cancerous. I have cancer cells. I have cancer. It's not like a matter of like, let's get rid of it because it's precancerous. No, this is cancer. So now what they have to see if it's a spread to any other part of my body. Here's the thing: scrape.
So no, she was out here proclaiming, not that they found what was potentially precancerous cells that she needed to have removed, which is what it sounds like in that clip. I'll go back and play that voice clip of hers where she made like, oh, they did the biopsies and it's benign. It sounds like they said, hey, you have an abnormal pap and we're going to go in and test some of these cells to see what it's like. And it's like, don't worry, it's benign, but we want to keep an eye on this and you need to check up 6 months later. But she's out here proclaiming that's not what it was at all. It wasn't. No, I don't think she's confused at all, JP. I think she's just fucking lying out her ass. She got caught and she's lying out her ass. Let me go to that other one.
Him and Clue will go live night after night, and because they live in Tennessee, in that area, they will act like they have information that nobody else has, right?
Okay, that must not. I don't know if that's the one you wanted me to play, Allie. I don't know what this is. Okay, I don't think that's it either. So it must have just been that short. Hey, Allie, was that what you wanted me to play, that one short?
Yeah, just where she flat out, because hearing her flat out say, no, it's not pre-cancer. It's cancer. I have cancer, the way she
Here's the
says
thing:
it.
scraping of cervix.
Yep.
Yeah. And then, they're just checking now to see if it's moved to the other parts of my body. It's so gross. I'm sorry. I'm with you. I don't think she was confused at all. And yeah.
Well, and so the community post comes out before she even goes to the gynecologist, correct?
Yes, the community post comes out, I think, I don't remember the exact dates, but I think before she ever got the results back, like the day she went to the gynecologist or the next day.
like the first time. You know what I mean? Is the way I understand it, but I might have it wrong because it's been so long. But I know that there's probably other channels that have stuff on it. It's just hard to find because so much has been taken down and removed and stuff. Like I think Angela had a video on it that laid it all out. That's no longer up anymore. And
A gynecologist will tell you, Lovey, that you have an abnormal pap, that things don't look good, and they want to test it further. But without doing a scope right then and and they don't have that right there then and there. Without doing that scope and a biopsy to test those cells, they can't tell you that you have cancer. In fact, you can't. They don't even typically tell you have cancer until the cells are removed.
yeah, I believe the way that it was like the community post goes up and the live was the next day. And this was all like the next day after the first appointment where the tests were ordered, the initial test, because when she put her medical records up, the dates of the day that the test was ordered was on it. And people were like, dude, you did this like the next day. You didn't even, there's no way that you could have gotten results back. Like it was, you did it as soon as you were ordered, the tests were ordered.
How'd she clean it up? Well, later she just ended up proclaiming that that's not what I said, but then people started putting out the receipts. I don't know how now it's turned into I was confused about what was going on. That's the last I had heard. I have no idea. She claims she spoke wrong. That's how I heard it most recently.
Yeah, she spoke wrong and she misunderstood and it was benign, but she didn't, she didn't realize what that meant. But then at the same time, she'll say she was a cancer survivor, while at the same time saying it was never actually cancer. I don't know. She said so much different stuff. It's hard to keep up.
Yeah, they don't say anything until your labs come back, until a pathologist reads your labs to tell what it is. But, she's out there saying that she's had it since 2019 and it's progressed into full-blown cancer. And then you hear this clip where, like, oh no, it's not precancerous. I have it.
And that's different. That is removing the potential for. I actually have cancerous. I have cancer cells. I have cancer. That's not. It's not like a matter of like let's get rid of it because it's precancerous. No, this is cancer. So now what they have to see if it's spread to any other part of my body. Here's the thing: scraping of cervix, and that's different. That is removing the potential.
So no, I don't care about who people sit with, but if you want to sit there and go at Nunya because she continues to support her friend Jones and then you're okay with this, like flat out lying to an entire community of people.
Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, and cancer is something that has touched so many of our lives. Yeah, like so deeply, and it's just.
And I agree with that, Elle. It can be scary when you have an abnormal pap and, blood work. And then if you have to go in for a scope, that can be a scary situation, but that's not full blown cancer. And to proclaim that and to raise money while you're proclaiming that is completely different than saying like, saying to your friends, man, I'm worried I had an abnormal pap and now they're going to do further testing and I'm scared that it's going to be something bad. Like I've had a scare like that, not with cervical issues, but like until they did the biopsy and found out what it was. And then again, it was the pathologist who tells my doctor what it is. And then they discuss it with me. Like there's a whole chain to this. And for those that have never gone through it, they don't know that chain. So then, everything that you come out here and speak on, you can kind of make it sound good, but when it comes down to it, you sound like an idiot.
Yeah.
I am a hematologist.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, didn't to hear her say, and like when I've heard this clip on Angela's the other day, I just heard this a couple of days ago. I thought, oh my God, like to hear her say, now they're just making sure it's just a matter if it's spread to anywhere else. It's like, wow, that's just so messed up, dude. There's no twist in that, really,
Yeah, I'm an OG says it's not something to lie about. I'm sure all of us have seen the worst with cancer. My mom passed 3 weeks from diagnosis. That was full-blown cancer. Yeah.
So sorry.
You're right, Green. They are not the same. Cancer cells are not the same as cancer, but they are the building blocks of it. Cancer is a broad term for diseases where abnormal cells grow and divide uncontrollably, potentially invading. I'm sure she's going to type more about what they do. And that's why I said they don't even typically label it cancer until they remove the cells. So you find out first you have abnormal cells, and then they want to go in and remove those. They don't tell you like, oh, this is what it is until it's completely removed from your body, and then they test it. And then you find out what it was.
But then if it's benign, that means there's no cancer, right? It's
There's
not
no
cancerous.
cancer in it, but those cells don't look good and they want to keep an eye on it. Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't think I don't know, Hoko. I don't know. If she is, then she absolutely shouldn't have been running her mouth like that, telling everybody she had full-blown cancer when she didn't. And proclaiming, I've had it since 2019 and it's progressed into this. And now, listen, we listened to that clip where she flat out says it's not precancerous.
Yeah.
Now they have to see where it's spread to. So I don't know if it's possible she doesn't understand it. To me, it sounds like a person who is trying to get out of the shit that they got themselves into.
Yeah, I agree. See, I disagree with her being unaware of what it is. I would figure that if she's, which she said that she was positive for that HPV, then wouldn't they explain to her, like,
Mhm.
you know what I mean? What it is? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, and asking for money when you don't even say you don't comprehend what the doctor or nurses told you, and then you're asking for money on that, on top of it. I mean, that's not good. It's not good at all. That's why I honestly, you should keep every last bit of your medical history off of YouTube, and I try to. Jones had said, "I'm low key pissed that your stream hasn't been completely deleted."
That was so weird.
She
Like,
was
what in the
so
world happened?
mad when that happened.
Everyone's like, we were just getting somewhere. Like, oh.
Right. That's why they take the tissue around it, community T. They take a lot of the tissues surrounding the potentially bad cells. She lost mods that day, and Lycan was telling her he was going to expose where she got Natasha's daughter's trauma diary. See, I wasn't there, so I can't speak on that. I can just speak on these clips that have been put out there and put together by people, and you didn't have what you proclaimed you had.
Yeah, I think it actually came out like maybe the next day, or it came like the cam slip and the trauma diary and the cancer thing was all within a couple of days. Like it all happened right
Really?
together. Yeah.
Really. And I agree with Eliza. It isn't like Granny has a problem asking questions. So how could she possibly get it so wrong unless she was misleading on purpose? I agree.
See, I don't think she's dumb at all. I think that she's pretty, like, of course, like whatever, the way she pronounces certain words, and she even laughs about that and makes a joke about it. I think that she's very smart when it comes to like manipulation and manipulation tactics and kind of talking fast and getting people confused and making you think like you didn't think what you thought before when you first, I don't know. She has some skill when it comes to manipulation, in my opinion.
You're right, Captain Avi. You're absolutely right. And continued prayers for you. Captain Avi's to a place where there's nothing more to be done. And so I understand like her outrage with this and others. Like, it's fucked up.
Sorry.
Jacob, the cam slip she was on a panel in a basement and it was like an accidental cam slip. She was smoking. I know you told me about this one time, but
yeah, it was just her face. It wasn't like anything like naked or anything.
I heard
like
it
that.
wasn't
It was
bad
just
or anything.
Yeah, it was just like an unflattering cam slip. Like I think she's a beautiful girl. In the picture, it didn't give her. She was in the basement smoking cigarettes, like all had this look on her face. Her hair was up, so you didn't see it. It just wasn't flattering to her. But
yeah, I think she's pretty.
Yeah.
Cruising Tom said Granny's paperwork showed that she was never tested for cancer. I've seen that because I know it is out here on YouTube. It was one of the clips sent to me. I can't find it right this moment, but I have seen where and she posted it or shared it, so I don't know.
Yeah. Yep, she posted it on her community tab. That's what you'll hear her saying, like, Brittany pulled up my medical history. Well, she shared your community post, like, you know, you
Yep.
posted it, so.
And Lord,
But
I don't know where the butthole thing come from. Don't ask me. I have no idea, nor do I care to know.
was it right for her to do necessarily for Brittany to pull it up? No, I'm not saying that. You know, it's not necessarily the right thing for her to do, but also it wasn't like she got into your medical records. The butthole thing, oh my gosh,
It was
it
not
hurt.
breaking HIPAA. I know that for sure.
Yeah, she never she sent pictures of her butt. That's a lie. And that there was like some talk about like some hemorrhoids or some kind of medical stuff, which she's talked about openly, so I feel okay to say. And she was asking a question about um some bleeding she was having. And she was talking to Angela about that. And I don't know how it got twisted into being a picture of her butt. I do know Brittany, once it got twisted and the rumor was out there, Brittany on her live said, like, yeah, there's a picture. And then Angela came in the chat during that exact live and said, no, Brittany, that's not true. And Brittany corrected it, like, during the live, because she also gets blamed for, like, talking about that a lot. But it actually, she got corrected in the same live where it was said.
Voices? Moon said Voices put the rumor out there?
Oh. I don't remember.
I'd have to see that. Like I'm not accusing Voices of that. I don't. Yeah. No, it's not the HIPAA. People get HIPAA so wrong out here on YouTube. Like the only people that can break HIPAA are your medical care providers. If I have my doctor's report and I share it with Allie, and then Allie shares it with the entire world, Allie didn't break HIPAA because she has nothing to protect. Like there's nothing, she's not a medical personnel for her to keep that information private. Now, if someone called up her doctor and released information, the doctor released information to that person, the doctor broke HIPAA, not the person obtaining the information. Right. It has to be the person who took like your nurses, your doctors, even your CNAs take an oath not to break that. Like it has to be private. But nobody can come out here and break HIPAA unless they are your medical provider.
Right. Leo says there, right there. It's already been said, so she feels comfortable talking about it. Remember that. Well, I don't know what you're getting to there, but honestly, I still didn't feel comfortable talking about it. But she said it multiple times, and it's better to say there is no picture of her bum hole, like it's been said
Yeah,
over
then
and
to
over.
spread the mistruth.
Yeah, right. So, but no,
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. Like, Deets, how do you feel? Like, for instance, kids in the
I would
background or
shut
whatever.
that down. I would shut that down immediately if anyone was saying that, so I don't blame her at all for wanting to shut that down.
Yeah. But do you feel like because somebody allows it in their background or they talk about it personally, that it's everyone else's right to talk about it? And where's the line with that? Because what's allowed is not the same as what's morally, and for each person that can be different. Like, how do you feel about that?
Well, like I played today, I played Granny's words saying, if you put it out here publicly, then others have the right to comment on it. Well, that works against you as well. So if you're out here saying all these things on all these panels and putting out community posts and pictures, then others have a right to speak on it. Would I have done that? Like, if the lies, like if she were to come out here and say, yeah, I lied about cancer and it was wrong of me and I shouldn't have scammed people and all this and that, there would be no reason to even discuss it. But she's not doing that. She's just, now it's shifted into, I've misunderstood. I didn't get it right. And I mean, she's got, not her, but someone came in here earlier saying she did have cancer. Well, her herself has since said, I misunderstood and got it wrong. So which is it?
Yeah.
When you cause so much confusion amongst people, they're going to go and white knight and support you on stuff that they're getting wrong. And you have no reason to go correct that because it's in your favor.
Yeah.
I do hate hearing about her butthole. So I appreciate people correcting that there is nothing out there about that. And I don't think people should be running with that.
Yeah. I agree. I just think though with like the I don't know, like for me, just because somebody else talks about their own private like trauma or something, does that mean it's fair for everybody else to talk about and kind of use it to bash them with or to go against them? I don't necessarily think so. It's kind of like I can talk about my brothers and sisters, but you can't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's bad when you do it,
Yeah.
like that kind of thing. I don't know.
Right, Johnson's right. Her story about, the finger banging stuff got flipped upside down and weaponized. Yeah,
Right.
there's a lot of sides to things, and I understand that.
Yeah.
So when nonsense is, screaming at Nunya and all of us for doing this or that to friends, listen, bitch, there was stuff that went down on the other side too, and it wasn't good and it wasn't cool. So it wasn't just like a one-sided thing at all. And Fur Baby's right. Even the medical receptionist, if they have access to your records and share anything, that is breaking HIPAA.
Right.
We are in the upside down country. We absolutely are. And Grain, you are 1,000% correct. It's important to note that not all abnormal cells are cancer cells. Some cells may develop benign tumors, which are non-cancerous growths that do not spread. However, cancer cells are malignant. And that can still be scary too. Having some non-cancerous cells found and have them removed, and them wanting to keep an eye on it for a while. That can be extremely scary. But it's not the same as having full-blown cancer.
Yeah.
No, Black Hawk, please don't say, you cannot do that with Cletus's beard. What the fuck? Yeah, blame Stacy for this portion of the live, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got people going around. I don't know. There's a million sides to everything, but these viewers, they just repeat what they hear and they don't know, and then they go from chat to chat screaming it in all caps. You know what I mean? And it's like,
And then
sometimes when
they,
to correct it.
history adds to it, right? So history can dull people's senses, or they can forget what went down. So when you have that time, we're 3 years removed for this, so there's so many people white knighting for it because they don't take the time to go and learn it, and I don't blame them. It's a lot to sift through. I would have never paid attention to it if it weren't for people sending me stuff. It wasn't something that you girls had ever brought up to me. It wasn't something I had ever asked y'all about. So, but no, once people clip everything and it's out there, but you can preach to a new audience that you've never done this or that and just hope they don't go look for the truth.
Yeah, well, Dees, when we became friends, like, here's the thing. Yes, I knew that you watched Jessica, and I had my feelings about it, but I also have respect for you as my friend, and I would never try to tell you, like, try to guide your opinions and stuff based on my personal
Right.
experiences with somebody. And then, like, when you asked, sure, we talked about it a lot more in depth, and I was clear, like, I don't, and it was about Brittany too, because you were going in her chat at the time, remember? And I was like, I don't necessarily get along with either one of them, but that's on me. That don't have nothing to do with you. Never try to put that on you because I respect you. That's how adults do things. Me and Melissa didn't just try to convince Deets, I don't know, like she doesn't have a brain of her own and a mind of her own.
Right. Well, and even MJ, she can't, like, the first time after MJ had hopped on my panel, the first time we had talked in private, well, it wasn't private, it was with you, but then she had left when Granny came up, and then later she's like, "You're friendly with Granny?" And I said, "Yeah, I really like her content." She's like, "Okay, well, her and I don't get along, but it is what it
Yep.
is, and I'll be respectful in your chat." And then she even like did a panel together, and afterwards she's like, that it wasn't so bad, and I'm glad that
Yes.
I kept an
I
open
remember
mind
that.
because a lot was learned on that panel. But no, all it was we don't get along, we have a history. That's all it was until I asked.
Yep. And I remember all of that, even the panel like that you're
Yep.
referencing where they both came up.
I do agree though. Someone brings something personal to YouTube, they should be the only one talking. See, I don't know, Thistle. I truly don't, because once you, it's a slippery slope, and I do think that kind of like what Allie was saying earlier. It's obviously it's not wrong, once you bring it out and make it knowledge. I think it goes back to the personal boundaries we all have and what we're willing to speak on, right?
Yeah. And we
And
all
only
have
you can
different morals.
decide that. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get new information, you get a new perspective, right? What
Crazy
did Shar say?
that we need to catch up
Oh,
sometime.
yeah.
She's been around. She used to mod for Granny and I, like way back to the beginning of Granny's channel and close to the beginning of mine. So she's just somebody. She's been around for all of this. I see a lot of people in the chat that that sometimes you don't see, talking a lot.
What do you say, MK? MK said, I talk about all y'all behind the scenes. I bet you do. Oh, Shar was Granny's first mod. Got it. And she's no longer a mod? Or is she?
No, I don't think so, but she's not on YouTube much either. I don't think there's any like bad blood there. She's just
Right.
not on much. Yeah.
But it just goes back to the thing of like, we're going to shame others for not having the same mods when it seems like everybody loses mods over time.
Yes, I've thought about that when I hear it now. Not to say Brittany hasn't lost a lot, sure, but
she has. Yeah.
Some of these other channels have had mass exodus too, with a bunch of people leaving at one time. And then, like I put in chat that you read, like I've removed mods and I'll remove more, and I don't really care. I tell you what, anybody that I see that tries to make excuses for what was said about Brittany's mom or for reading that DV report, I'm not saying if you're in the chat like I would, but if you're making excuses for that and stuff actively, I don't even want you to be in my chat. That's just the truth. I don't want people that are okay with that, because that is it just goes against everything I believe in, and I just don't want to be.
I just know every last one of us would be outraged if it was done to us.
Yeah.
So now Brittany is being accused of making a fake DV report. Are you serious, Leon? Oh, Leo, MK was joking. He doesn't talk about us behind the scenes. He was just being silly.
I agree with this all about the, just because someone puts it out there doesn't make it okay to use to like go to attack them with and stuff. But
No.
Deets, you always have like you were talking about, where's the private, like what is the expectation of privacy for all of us?
Right. That's what I want to know. That was one conversation I've always wanted to have. Like I started my social media journey on Facebook. You use your real name on Facebook most of the time when you get into true crime groups or things like that. You're under your real name that's linked to all of your, actual information, right? And then I went to Twitter again under my real name. Actually, I think it was Mama Steph, but it could link back to my actual information. And then you come to YouTube, and especially in this sector of YouTube, there's this whole like, it's okay to be anonymous, and it's fine. I agree with that. But my question, and there's not a right or wrong answer for this, what are our expectations of privacy in 2025? Can we really truly come out here on a public platform in front of the whole world and expect our information to remain private? I just don't see how it's possible. And that's why, like, gosh, Soup said this last week, and I agree with her. Like, some of the times I just want to come out here and tell y'all my real name, because like you act like, some people act like it's really something they can hold over you. Like, oh, I have your information. Like, shit, I don't care then. But like, it's not like I have anything bad attached to it. But
Right. I've often thought about like, would I change my channel name and not have it be my name if I
Yeah.
could? And I've had like personal things used against me in arguments on YouTube, like, pictures of me and my years of addiction and stuff like
Right.
that, which whatever, if that's what someone chooses to do. But you know what? I don't think I would, because of that reason there. So people couldn't like hold it over my head. You know, I just,
Yeah. That's the thing, is like people think, like, I don't know, because we are anonymous on this platform, or at least try to remain anonymous, then those things do seem like a threat. Like, oh, I'm gonna, put out this information on your kid or that about you. And it's like, why would I even care? All that shit's already out there on Facebook. So like, why, I don't know. I'm just curious what others expect. Can we expect to remain completely anonymous on YouTube? I don't see how it's possible when all of us are getting more and more of a social footprint in the world. And then, you look at TikTok and so many are there under their real names and not some screen name. So I'm just curious what others think about the expectation of privacy in 2025.
this is why I miss your lives where you would do like the polls.
Yeah. And Pearl's right though. I want to know what exactly counts as going real life, because the rules seem very flexible for some. And I agree with that. When I first became a true part of this sector, there was like, it's not like there was a rule book of what constitutes going real life, but you would have so many, I've heard some creators even say like, oh, if you link to their TikTok or their Facebook, you're going real life on them. Well, okay. So I'm just curious as what others constitute as going real life. My real name is Ida Slapter. Well, and
What do
that's
you
true.
think?
There seems to be a different set of standards. I
Yeah,
think
I agree.
that when it comes to YouTube drama or crama, we should keep it on platform. And that's just my opinion of it. It should stay on the platform. It shouldn't be, we don't need to dig into TikToks and Twitters and Facebooks, but I don't think I would shame someone else for doing that either, because it's like, well, that's your social media, especially if it's attached to your account.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have all the answers. I wish I did. I wish I truly was the moral authority that they proclaim I am.
Jonesy.
Hey, Jones, and I agree with Tebow. Decency should be expected. It is not because it is out there that it should be repeated.
Yeah, I agree.
I just wanted to come up here and clarify something. It was, I put the screenshot in our DM feed, but it's a question that Sammy asked me, and I didn't see it until just now because I just took my break. Um, so Sammy, I mean, I don't know if you want to. I actually read it. Will you read it?
Okay. Yeah. Sammy says, and it was a question here in my chat. It's not from another chat, but it's here. It says, Joneson, I have a question, so I'm coming to the source. Were you ever wanting more information on the trauma that happened in Clue's house?
Ew.
I'm gonna go pee while you explain this, okay?
I appreciate Sammy asking me that directly. I respect the fuck out of that. But no, absolutely not. If any screenshot comes out of that, it's going to be a fake one. And don't even play. DT will be on that case. Like, she will find out. But no, that's never happened. So the first thought that crossed my mind when I read that comment was, ew, gross. What kind of trauma that happened in her house? The trauma with her ex? Ew, gross. No, I want no parts of that shit. And I've never asked anybody for any information about it.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to clarify that because I've seen it. I was shocked by the question, to be quite honest, because it's just, no. You?
Did you ever ask anyone like, where's this report they're talking about, or something like that, maybe?
Not that I recall, because nobody's ever put his report out. It was just the article.
And honestly, we didn't really dig into this until here recently, and that's when we went back and found Smiley had talked about it. We found Granny and Jay talked about it, but even that wasn't his report. It was the news articles about it.
Yeah. No, I don't. Nope.
That's been recent. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like a whataboutism.
Because then, well, is that what Sammy was trying to do? I took it as
I
a
don't know.
legit question. Am
No,
I a fool for
her
taking it as a legit question?
No, her question did seem legitimate, but she's like, "Oh, it's coming out on you." Okay, so who has
Yeah,
it?
did you
What
read the
is?
next one? The next one said there's a screenshot that's going to be put out.
Yeah, I
Well,
was
you
hoping
just
Johnson would answer because there's a screenshot coming out about it. So where's the screenshot from?
where's the screenshot? It's being fabricated right fucking now. And you just gave that shit away by saying that. It's weird as fuck.
Amethyst said, "This is why when I released my story to help get awareness and support for the parole, I came out as me and told it all. I'm not a perfect person or victim. They can talk, but I am an open book."
And some people are.
I agree. Going real life, just finding out someone's identity and using it against them maliciously. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good question. What do you consider real life? What
That's
do
what we were
you
talking about
consider
earlier.
private?
Yeah. That's what Allie brought up. Allie is headed to the dock. I'm jealous. She's down by the bay.
So jealous.
But what is your expectation of privacy on this app, on YouTube specifically, when so much of our lives are out there on social media and people do dig, and you have the people like Clue who are like, I don't fucking care if it's public, I'm going to address it. And she's right. There's nothing illegal in her addressing some stuff, stuff that is public information. But that goes across the board. And so if we open that Pandora's door, then it's open for everyone.
Pandora, not Pandora's door. Yeah, I mean, and that's what I was saying. Like, how would she feel if somebody FOIA'd the report for him? You know what I'm saying? And then went live and read it. Like, ew. How the fuck would she feel about that? She'd be outraged.
Yeah, everything that I have heard is those news articles, and the news articles talk about it pretty in depth. So
yeah, well, I
doxing
think
tanning beds. Who's doxing tanning beds?
I mean, I got a tanning bed. I'm trying to get rid of it.
Are you? I didn't know you had a tanning bed. I haven't tanned
Yeah,
in like
girl.
20 years.
It's in my streaming room. But no, I just wanted to jump up and check that. Get that.
So King Bella said, I think you said you were looking into more to align stories and some misunderstood. I mean, that's a possibility because you did talk about, hey, we're looking into it, but it was this stuff like, so you take what's out from Smiley's, you take what's out from Granny and Clue, you take what's out from
timeline
all
and
that, and it's all like news articles and stuff like that. I have never seen Joneson asked publicly or privately for like the actual reports or anything.
Well, I don't do that, period. Like, even in the private DMs with you or Nunya, it's just not something I do. I don't ask for people's personal identification.
See, Leo, I think no. And that's the difference. Like, if it's legal, is it right to do? No, but that goes down to each and every person's individual belief on what is right and what is not right. And that's kind of why Pearl was asking, like, what constitutes going real life? Because it seems to be the boundaries for that rule is just all over the place anymore,
And then the other question on the flip side you have to ask is, what kind of privacy do I expect if I'm putting myself on this platform?
Mm-hmm.
Like, can you expect privacy? You are, putting yourself out here. Like, what level of privacy do you deserve being a public figure on YouTube? I don't know.
That's what we found too, JP. She said, well, I had that convo with Clue on QB's panel, and she said herself, Smiley put it out first, but didn't link me to him. And that's what we found when we watched the video. She didn't link it to Clue. But I think she was doing that on the sneak. But how else would she have found the guy? But anyway, then
but on that,
Clue went, huh?
The Reddit, I was going to just clarify the Reddit, we still haven't tracked that
I
yet.
haven't found it. Yeah. I don't know if it's been deleted or what, but somebody said it was on a Reddit before Smiley put it out. Then Clue went on to say that she herself spoke on it, which we found that too. And then T-Rev did, then Sinner. Well, actually, before T-Rev and Sinner did, Granny and Jay did. Now, again, they didn't mention Clue's name at all. T-Rev and Sinner did, and then, of course, the Green team did as well after Sinner. So that's the
Yeah,
chain
we went, and I absolutely did say I was going to go check it out because
and we did. We
I
looked
can't.
at
I
that
don't like.
timeline of things.
I don't like being on a stream and having people come in and say something, and I can't approve or deny it, or I can't shut it down in the moment. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't know if she stayed with him or not, so I can't shut that down. So what do I need to do? I need to go check it out. Check out her timeline. Check out the articles and piece it together and figure out, what's true and what's not. And I came back the next day and said as much that it seems like her story tracked.
I don't know. So, Captain Avi said it's illegal to share somebody's domestic violence report. I don't know if it is or not.
In Brittany's state, it is.
Oh, well, that's true. It depends on the state. I'm surprised they got a FOIA then.
They had it for months, so I don't know who got it. I don't know who initially got it. I know they said Granny said Rakin, I think.
Well,
but
Granny said Rakin and those messages came out with the $50, but you'll hear Truth just told us over on your panel, which is now
that he
gone,
had them
that
too for
he
months.
had it for months, he said.
Yeah. It's very strange.
And
And
see,
Granny
Leo,
also has said she's had it for months. So I don't know.
Leo, I agree with you. I do think that digging into anyone, whether legal or not, is wrong. But that doesn't mean that other channel holders are going to think that same way. And
Right.
obviously they don't. There was a point where Joneson didn't think it was wrong. She thought she was justified in doing it because, she wanted to disprove a lie. There are a lot of people, like, we don't all have the same moral compass or the same reasonings of why we believe something is wrong. So it's not going to be a standard across the board thing. To me, it's wild though, the justifications of things of like saying like, coming out here and crime when it's done to you, but then being willing to turn around and do it back to someone else.
Tenfold. Worse.
Then there was
that's the whole problem.
that came after Amber. That came after the other names we just. But yeah, I kind of lumped her in with the Green team. Was saying then because it was right after like Nick and Hong put it out that then she came on and had her live stream talking about it and doing all that. It's legal as long as it's public record, not ethical. But yeah, that's the difference. What's ethical versus what's legal and. I guess you just have to decide, like, personally as a subscriber, you have to decide what your boundary is, what you feel is appropriate. And then if, the channel you like watching goes against that, you have to determine if you want to continue watching it or not, I don't question victims, and even though I can't stand Clue, I believe her right, and that's where I stand with that. Like, any of the things that she has came out and proclaimed, I'm gonna stand with that because that's what she has said. Like, she turned him in right away. She got her house in order and got it handled, and she's a victim in that, so I stand beside that. And that's what I've noticed, MK, is that not just, like, people's own I know they like to say like, "Oh, you're on a moral high horse when you try to hold me to your accountable for your moral belief." No, if you have came out on this app and said, "This is what my moral compass is. This is what I believe it's right and wrong," and then, a month later, you completely deviate from that to justify a current day action against someone else, then you're telling me your own beliefs don't stand up. And then I'm just like, nothing to do with that. See, I think cases are different than beefs on YouTube. I think when you are researching a true crime case and trying to fully understand a true crime case, it is a little bit different than, you know, me just deciding to dig into chasing tomorrow. Yes. I've done a FOIA on what's her name? Quentin Simon's mom. I can't think of her name. Why can't I think of her name? But I've done one on her and I've done one on Wade Wilson, and they do ask you what the purpose of it is. But I mean, I guess you could put in anything. She could do that. She can do you can FOIA the FOIAs and determine who has done a FOIA on your property, your any legal matters you've had, any calls to your place, anything like that. Sharing sensitive information from the report, especially in a way that harasses or endangers the victim, could expose someone to civil liability. See, I didn't even know that. Who brought it to YouTube and why? If it was solely to get it Clue, that's effed up in my opinion. Just like posting a victim video to get it Dolly. Same shit. Not okay. Smiley brought it to YouTube as far as I can find. Like the first person to talk about it, Smiley. I don't think speaking on it was the problem. I think the accusations became the problem. I can agree with you, Kim. I can agree. Hello, are you down at the dock? Leilani, thank you. I could not think of her name. Are you with us, Allie? She might not have a signal down there yet.
Okay. No, I got a call. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
I was gonna ask you. I am down here though now. See, but I
Look
was
at
gonna.
this. Hang on, let me make you big. Look at that beautiful bay.
Just hanging out here by myself right now. But I was thinking about something while I was listening to you guys, and that had to do with what we talked about. So, and everything happening. Okay. You know, I don't blame anyone else for Dark Horse's call. I sincerely don't.
Right.
But I think, you know, and people were outraged. They did not want to be blamed for that. But now, you know, making comments about all the guns in the house and that she's like, now I'm sorry, but I do believe some of the things that are being said would lead to calls like that.
Incitement, yeah.
Yeah, and how do you feel about about that? Do you think it's possible for these creators to incite that to happen again, or?
I think that if incitement is too strong of a word for you, it's definitely dog whistling. I mean, when you're coming out and you're making a slick comment of an accusation about like, oh, there's guns in the house, and like you know what you're doing. Like nobody's naive enough to not know what you're doing with that.
Yeah, because you're talking about, oh, and she says there's a gun. Apparently, it was mentioned on several streams yesterday, which is kind of like, to me, is just like brainwashing the subscribers. If each creator, not that they're intentionally doing it, but would it, like each creator is mentioning the same talking points, and those are talking points that would lead somebody to feel like they should call or should be scared. I don't know. I don't like it.
I think it can be dangerous. I think, you know, if someone well, listen, we're all grown adults here, and you can make that dog whistle. And would it be your fault if then, you know, MK, I know he won't mind me using his name, then NK decides, oh, he's going to call CPS and have it handled? I would still put the blame on MK because he's an adult and he shouldn't be the one to do that without like full information on a person. But can you trace it back to him being, you know, worked up by a creator? I think you can. I don't know that there's anything that could come from that, though, you know?
Yeah, I agree. All right, I better go because this little guy's trying to get away from me when he don't
Aw, he wants to go swimming.
And I want him to stay with me, but he like keeps trying to sneak off when I'm not paying attention. So, but thank you for letting me come back up.
All right. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Amber said, I heard the live where Craig said he had one in every room and was paranoid. It's a hard one. It is a dog whistle, but it's also concerning if true. And I mean, if he has them legally, if they are properly secured, I don't know. I know that puppy was so cute. And I agree. I think it is silly if you're just listening to a channel holder or creator say all this stuff and then you decide, oh, I know that that child's in danger. Let me call and make a report. Like, what? And I agree with Kim. I think that a lot of it can put, missing children's families in danger because of the opinion. There's a very fine line to walk. And we have to remember that, we might not have all the power of St. Nonsense of Arizona, but our words do have power and meaning, and we have to be careful with what we say. And that's where we're all guilty of saying the wrong thing from time to time. Because none of us are perfect. But creators should also keep in mind that there are a lot of there are. And that's why I say it's, more, would I say incitement? I mean, I feel like that's a strong word. Is it a dog whistle? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's like, I don't know if he's legal. Yeah. But then it goes back to if you're putting your business out here like that, then, can people have comments and opinions on it? I see both sides of it. I truly do. Yeah, we have no way of knowing that. Mandated reporters, y'all need to do your job. Did he? See, I don't. Wow. Mm, mm. It has turned fall here too, country. Like today, it's like 70 degrees. I'm like, where's the warm weather? Where is our warm weather? It's dangerous to do what they're doing to read a person's TV report online like a juicy novel. It is incredibly reckless and irresponsible. That crosses all boundaries. You don't know who's in these chats. I was watching, so during the Emmanuel Haro case, I went to TikTok. Someone pointed me out to a live stream that was covering it. It's a guy called, On the Tira. And it was an interesting guy. And then I went back and I watched some of his other coverage, and I was just thinking, like, man, a lot of people would call this man out for being a tragedy pimp, like the way he's, sharing this, exposing that, talking to these people. He was going to, like different buildings surrounding the incident, and he was finding out before police that there was camera footage there. Well, then there's a group of us over here that would call that out for like getting to like there was one instance when the Haro's home became a crime scene. He went under the crime scene tape, walked up to the barn that they were investigating, and took a bunch of video and had to be ushered out by police. So I'm like, yeah, the guy seems nice and his live reporting's good, but then he's doing too much. So that's why I said it's just kind of become a free for all over here. Like, and there's a lot of channels that do that. There was another live creator in this case that I was watching that happened to be there live on TikTok when they arrested the parents. And they were saying the craziest shit like, we got here first, that On the Tier guy's going to be so mad. Like, we got the exclusive footage. And I'm just like, are we watching like a true crime case unfold, or is it a soap opera? I don't know anymore. It just feels like it's all become a mixed matched mush of craziness. And I don't think that there is a set standard for anyone, and anyone coming out and proclaiming, like, it just leaves me wondering, like, what can you call out anymore? Like, God, I've called out shit on JLR that people who agreed with me calling it out are now doing themselves, and it's just, all his posts on Facebook, that in my video of his, so you watch all his posts on Facebook that he did towards that woman, I now see people doing that on Twitter towards someone else. The ones that were in agreement that what he was doing was too far, it's disgusting, and it's harmful to people and victims, are now doing that on Twitter themselves. And I just wonder, like, how can you take anybody seriously anymore? Seriously. Oh, it's cold. It's like cold here. It is cold here. I think, Horseman, what they mean about it being public is that because it was a Freedom of Information Act, like, anybody in the public could get it. I think that's what they're saying. I haven't. I saved that to watch, though. I did. I liked him too. I think he's adorable, and I come to find out that he suffers from cancer, and he, like, fell out at the scene. He had just had a chemo treatment, and he ended up passing out in the heat, and the ambulance had to come, and it was sad. Oh, he's a tragedy see, I don't know. Like, we would call that tragedy pimping, but then there's so many out here who are just like, "Oh, yeah, it's cool. It was awesome." And it comes back to people having a different moral compass than one another. Oh, he is who I listen to for all my weather information. If you guys don't follow Ryan Hall, which I'm sure everyone in here does, he is the best. Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, the set standards that this sector had, it no longer seems to have. There was another channel I was watching, y'all, that I love. I'm not even gonna say the channel name because I respect them that much. Um, but I was watching their coverage of Emmanuel's case, and I was like, they're saying shit that we would have called out a year and a half ago. I was gobsmacked. Just absolutely gobsmacked, like, accusing without any proof, and it just blew my mind, but it just seems to be like it is whatever it is anymore. Like you're trying to empty the ocean with a teacup, it's not possible. Yeah, he's the one who jumped the gun on saying Emmanuel was recovered. If you sit on the fence, you're already on the side of bad. I hit all the drama channels. Well, why didn't you hide mine? So they don't pop up in my algorithm anymore. It's also disgusting. It actually causes me to have yeah, don't if it's causing you any mental or physical anxiety, don't do that. That's what I've seen, Amethyst. Like, a lot of people saying he was so awesome. It's just he was digging so far into things, and he's, not an actual reporter. And like I said, going and getting evidence and trampling on a active crime scene, just an active crime scene. He was trampling all over an active crime scene. I was just floored. Yeah, and I think that is an issue. I know you have a lot of feelings that I don't necessarily agree with, and that's fine too. It does make people feel like they can't speak out though, because it has to be this side or that side. No, we can learn something from each other. We absolutely can. Mhm. Was it the Emmanuel I didn't listen to the presser. I need to, but I don't blame it. There was some, I mean, maybe you didn't see the keyboard warriors here on YouTube, but if you were following this over on TikTok, there was some people doing the most in that case. Like, Again, it floored me. SF, he was another one who said that Emmanuel was recovered when he wasn't. Like, there's a lot. And then I think my point of that is that there's all these people out there covering true crime that you could call out for doing this or that, and there doesn't seem to be much focus on them. And I understand that because I think for me personally, it's just gotten to a space of like, what does it matter? I mean, does it do any good to do so anyway? Does it? Mama. Hey, I admire those that are willing to voice their opinion on the opposite side because I don't go into anyone's chats or streams that, don't align with that. I like having the conversation, but I just don't want to be in the chats. Yeah, they went in the house, Captain Avi. I was like, are you kidding me? I was floored that those cops didn't arrest him, but they were just like, let me escort you over here. But the Tira guy, he sound like on the Tira, he sounds like a really nice guy. He truly does. But he also just sounds like a guy who kind of like JLR, who's willing to do anything and everything for the scoop. And is that harmful to victims? I think it can be. I think it can be. When I hear something, I go check for. I don't think a lot of people do that, country. I don't think they're willing to take that time to go and check and find out for themselves. I know that, in some instances, I'm not either. I'm truly not. So I get it. Jace for Justice just struck it. Listen, y'all, it's the fucking strike wars out here. And my bestie, she likes to strike. So I'm not shaming people. For anybody who reviews this later and tries to misconstrue what I'm saying, I'm not saying that like nobody over here hasn't engaged in petty strikes because Joneson absolutely has. But it is turning into the strike wars out there, and I'm like, y'all are playing with fire, but I'm just gonna watch from a distance and munch on some popcorn. I think for me, like the Zero guy, I don't know if he was making anything up, but I also don't know if we can trust like the sources he had. Like he had so many sources. Like one night he was saying that the people that lived in the house with the fire was a connection, and then afterwards he was like shaming all those who were trying to say something weird had went down there, and he's like, "There's no connection there. My source already told me," and he was just all over the place. The streaming wars. I didn't know she's on a 6-day timeout, but I don't think it's from Johnson. I don't think so. That's what I said. Once you get into like this level with the petty back and forth and the striking and all that, like it's just a matter of time before we see another Molly Golightly situation. Truly. I don't know who will be the first channel to go down, but one of them will. I don't know on either side which one it'll be, but one of them will. Just drag my chick lips. Listen, you come from Molly JP, so I know what the fuck you're about. We have, Jenny, lost all sense of empathy. And I know it's not our job to police that and to say, like, you need to be more empathetic, or you need to do this better, or you need to do that better. But it is still our right to, say something when we see something. Like, we all have that right to do so on any side, on all sides. With what, Leo? My line on what? Yeah, you know all about Molly from those 45 days you were there. On the going real life, I think I've been pretty clear. I've called out my, one of my best friends when she did a FOIA. I've addressed instances where I think it's too far. Do I agree with the like digging into people's TikToks and Facebook accounts and Twitters? I personally wouldn't do that. But is it something I would call out and shame another creator for doing? Probably not. It's just not a line I choose to cross for myself. It's getting to the point where you can't trust anyone on these apps anymore because you come to find out half the stories they're telling aren't true. Yes. Yes, I know when someone a while back said that they were gonna do a FOIA on my trauma to see if it was real. I was like, go ahead, because it is. Like the story I've told about my in-laws is absolutely true. There's a police report. Like, go ahead, FOIA it. You want to be shady and put all that shit out, you go right ahead because it's there. But I'm with you, Kim. You can't tell anymore. There's no when cancer scammers get found out and exposed all the time and other Blipboard scams and hurricane scams and all of this, it's you don't know who's telling the truth anymore. You don't. For me personally, Leo, I think that anything that you want to, like when Jones and I did that timeline on Queen Bee with the report of the video, it's like everything was already out there on YouTube to disprove her case, to point out her lie. There's no need to go off the platform and grab more for it. I do think it's extremely hypocritical now for others to then turn around and do the same thing that they were so morally against. But I agree with them that it didn't need to be done then. That's why I don't think it needed to be done now on this domestic violence report. But everybody has to and I agree with this too, Grain. To say Queen doxed herself on the news is ridiculous because she went on a news thing however many years ago. She shouldn't have been linked to that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if she chooses to be anonymous here on YouTube, she shouldn't have been linked to that. So she didn't dox herself. And that goes back to my question of like, what truly is the expectation of privacy on when you are a social media person, when you use it in any form, when you put yourself out there publicly on news channels and stuff like that? Do you lose, and a genuine question, do you lose some of your expectation of privacy when you choose to hit the go live button? Like Country. I don't know anything about Country. I don't know shit about who she is, what her name is, any of that. And it would be, I think, apprehensible to dig into that information and find out who she is. But if she was a channel creator who hits the go live button frequently and does her own streams often, has she now put herself in a limited public access to where if people wanted to, like, what is the expectation of privacy there? And that's where, like, I don't know what the line is anymore. I truly don't. I hope subscribers realize how many lies they are fed. Please realize and wake up and don't just take someone's word without proof. And we can't even do that with uh, mainstream media anymore. So much stuff comes out on mainstream media that once you look into it, it's wrong. It's all wrong. Right, Bella, I agree. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. But also, like, we're not the police. We're not the judge, jury, and executioner on what is right and what is wrong. I have no idea who thought that, Jenny, but I agree with it. It's not. Yeah. All right, I got a doggy who's ready to go out on his evening walk, or afternoon walk. We've been walking with Crew around this time, so even though Crew's not here, Archer's like, "Hey, when we going out? When we going out?" So I'm gonna hop off of here and take him walking. What? You heard me say walk, didn't you? He's just giving me the stare down. Oh, what did note not today say? All right, guys, have fun out there. Stay safe. Wait, I came to YouTube in July 22. By September, I had already ditched her channel. That's her gotcha. That's her gotcha. I know, kind of like saying that, like, oh, I was aligned with Z. Like, okay, because I followed a channel for, what was it? Less than 6 months. I don't know how long I was there, 4 to 6 months. That means I aligned with her, all of her thinking. No, I was new to YouTube and didn't know it all, but whatever. People think they got that gotcha moment. All right, guys, I will see you on the next one. I'm sure one of the other girls will be live before me. I've got, oh, he's a good pupper. He's a big guy too. He's a big guy. And Coda's doing good. We're actually shocked. Coda has cancer, and the timeline that the vet gave us, because he has visible I can't remember what they're called, like malignant tumor type things. Like, there's no point doing chemo. So the timeline that the vet had given us, we thought, honestly, he shouldn't be here today, but he is. So when he got really sick that week, I thought, oh no, this is it, because it had been like 6 months over that. And then he just pounced back one day out of nowhere. Like, gosh, he acts like a younger pup now than he did before. So I am so thankful for that. But Archer's our big old teddy bear. He's ready for his walk. Right, Thistle. We can't, my husband and I spell out the word bye-bye, like, because if we say bye-bye around our dogs, they want to go load up and take a trip. So bye, TP. Have a good night, y'all. I will see you on the next one. Love, love.